Alright, cool. So, wow, I turned to my other screen and it immediately showed an ad. Anyway, so we're gonna continue with the trial. Before it was... What happened before? So it was, Broccoli Man who's on trial. Broccoli Man who's Van Zeke's classmate. That, I don't know, I'm like Van Zeke's is like cool and all, but, you know, I'm not paying that much attention to him, right? Which is why, like, I was like, wow, Yunosuke, you're like really into Van Zeke's. It's like, I keep forgetting that he's like, oh, right, it's backstory time, right? And Yunosuke's like, whoa, you know more about Van Zeke's, you should tell me this. And it's like, wow, you really want to know so much. Um, other than that, what else? Oh, Madam, what's her name? Tucson? To something, right? With the wax museum, the wax statues. The witch lady. Oh right, what was it? Her wax statue of the serial killer called the Professor. That guy was stolen. That's the conclusion we reached yesterday. Which I have no idea how it connects to the rest of the case. I guess we'll find out. My current theory is that the wax statues probably have something to do with the, like the Broccoli Man's whole, like, what is it, kinetic, was it kinetic? It was like some sort of teleportation thing that lets people, you know, travel through a beam or something like that. Right? I don't know. And I'm very skeptical about this thing actually working. Because I think it's not real. I think it's not actually a thing that works. Because if they had that technology at this time, then what the hell are we doing on planes? Yeah. I don't know, but it's also Ace Attorney, like who cares if it's scientifically accurate? And the sky cares. Okay. And I'm sorry for the Twitch VOD, it might be extremely choppy due to poor internet, so. But this time I learned my lesson. I'm also gonna record it while I'm streaming. Not necessarily the smartest choice, computer-wise, but I will not have to edit all the various clips together if that does happen to be the case. And you won't miss any content in the YouTube VOD then. I'm so smart. Alright. 22nd October, 22nd, 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Oh, uh-oh. Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. The gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. I don't know. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. It's probably, yeah. Placebos. Ah, yes. Well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I forgot the action. I forgot. Thanks, 3 moments. I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yeah, I understand. I know what I have to do. Right, so they made it so that... But they made it so that Scotland Yard detectives can't even investigate it, though. Like, isn't it already protected? Or is it not it's not protected from the forensics team. Which is, I guess, more important. I don't know. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail! My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case. Eh? Oh, it's you. Of course it's you. Oh, the theme! Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect you to be here.
That was very mean, Rena, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him.
Is it... Are you... Hairlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I'm here. Hairlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits even while living in Germany.
Ah yeah, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventures of Silver Blaze was wonderful. He probably doesn't remember. Ah yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the speckled band.
Well, thank you for coming. Yeah, he's awake at this hour? What? I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh, I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. He's gotta go be a statue. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of the ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then, I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as a proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh. You must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, as you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. What? One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Are you sure? Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, he said my name. oh, why thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? Oh, the music. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. Ha ha ha! I was right at the beginning. Wow, I'm so But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. You're saying this right in front of him.
I read Professor's bunny brain paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It can barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. That's supposed to mean. Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley!
Bye! Okay. So what if it was a wax statue? That would make sense, since that would connect Madame Tuspel's whole situation. Because it's always all connected, right?
Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Reno, but chin up, you can do it!
Oh, what about you, Iris? Are you not coming with me?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
Hehe, it's gonna be a big surprise for you. When you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous.
Counter for the defense. In the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
We're on our way. So we're gonna be all alone? We don't have a judicial assistant or a buddy at the bench? No! Oh, well, we do have Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks isn't really our buddy, is he? An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's a riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Yeah, Ryunosuke, hype yourself up. We have no hype man, so we gotta be our own hype man.
22nd October, 9:10 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
Okay, there's some new jurors, I think.
Her Majesty, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecutor and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Imagine you just be like, oh yeah, I don't really want to do this, and you just walk out. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more... Oh, no! I'm without Susato-san today. Bro, if this happened in, like, any present times, imagine he, like, Zoom calls Susato. He just has her on, like, FaceTime on his phone. Just like, she's here with me. Oh, is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Audie Ashman.
Mr. Assman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed, by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Ashman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain.
Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
Oh, what the hell? Who the hell is this guy? Whoa, he's so rectangular.
I am most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
Oh my god. What? Yo, look at her titties. I mean...
To have a man's face in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends a shivers down my spine.
Who the hell is this? Houdini?
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, or nothing more than performances.
Oh god, wait, there's so many new jury members, what is this?
Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
Oh wait, it makes the ding noise. Ding. What was it? No, there was a Mickey Mouse animation that had him eating corn like this with like a typewriter.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then channel 1 is...
Oh wait, this is a girl, isn't it?
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then channel 1 is that's it, isn't it?
Ayo, wait, this is the guy. wait a second. Wait.
Oh, would you like this in my day? Would you like this at all?
Isn't this the guy who was at the wax museum? That's the police killer automobile lookalike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Well, I mean, considering what Bobbies have to do, it's fair and valid.
Now, I'm sure you all are aware. The incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening.
The death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Silver linings. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord! What does that mean? So many words.
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity, and then beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking!
The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
Oh, what the hell?
I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis, poppycock.
So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What's the prosecution's view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What?
What rock? What rock? Order!
Dresser's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. Is he trying to get him the research grant? The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Hasman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. What? But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. What? You sure about that, Van Zeeks? Like, in terms of, like... Because usually the defense is screwed in, like, most case setups. Like, they make it, like, very obvious that whoever we're defending did it, right? And, like, yeah, it's kind of the case here, but, like, it's tamer here. But, okay, sure. Anyway.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecutor's stance is clear. You will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Gladly, my lord. Oh, yeah, take it off. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand. Why do you even wear it if you have to take it off like the first 5 seconds? Oh, hey. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Hambrain, scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis to the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, right? An incredible explosion.
I think they had the same voice.
But the signs was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was that terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in the photograph taken by the forensics investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. What? What?
It just looks like he was shot. Like, what? Huh?
That's right, my lord. Oh, that was the judge. Seems the victim ran straight into it.
Ran straight into what? What? Oh, he rammed straight into the Crystal Tower. Okay.
I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence.
Beamed to the Crystal Tower shows a apparent stab wound. Okay, it's a stab wound, not a bullet. I can see.
As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Audi Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He is the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So, to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Or would that be correct? Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right! It must be at my splendid machine! My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. God, that name is long. Oh, what? The wreckage! The wreckage! With that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor.
Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can you possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we'd better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Okay. I am confused. The title of the stream is accurate. What?
A front for murder. Corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam progression, that's all. That was my mistake. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest, where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done
it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like if he died from a stab wound to the chest, then it's obviously not the machine, right?
Extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would have really liked to have heard from someone other than the judge.
The coroner says death could have been all but instant from a wound like that.
You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No! That couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team.
Okay.
The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
Experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a huge explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Oh, what the? And accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair. What the? What? From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. Oh, okay.
My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
Fortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, now, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is an autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record.
A request is granted, counsel.
Neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with this sharp object. Right, but wait, what happened first, though? Do we know that? Can we figure that out? Come on, forensics team! Okay, wait, hold on, let me see this. Alright, we have the green piece of cloth and a crossbow. Hello, sir. Pucker up. Okay. Wow, how did his glasses stay on his face when he has no, he has no, like, what is it called? Like the sticks that hang on your ears. Damn, his nose bridge must be poppin'. Can't relate. Oh wait, was he strapped to a board? Was that how he was in the birdcage? Weird. Okay. Anyway. Mr. Audie Asman, male, 47, British, coroner, Courtney Scythe. Yeah, time of death, 2 p.m. Hammer, yes, of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by sharp. Okay, so the cause of death was the stab, then, and then he broke the neck afterwards. Yeah, I think they said that. I don't know. Okay, a broken vertebrae most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall. Okay, cool.
I was there in person, you know? I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on stage was Mr. Asman with that disgraceful excuse for scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think, otherwise, really. Hard to think. Just hard to think. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Cross-examination, please.
Oh yeah, my lord, I still remember how to do that. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Oh, Yunosuke is so cute. Front for murder.
The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken leg.
Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height?
Exactly. Which highlights something else about the whole rum business.
What's that? Rum? Isn't that... The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah.
After explosion, the cage with the villain inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair.
So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur.
Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster?
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
Okay. So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Okay.
Only you got it wrong. Oh, only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right! That's the point! The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then you have to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose.
Cracking comments? The answers would have been 3!
Or... so much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third.
When post-mortem examination revealed no injury for
Okay. I think it's probably the sheet that Gina gave us now. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it?
Too right.
Obviously at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well.
But you're saying that's not the case?
You'll get your answer once I'm finished my fish and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds.
But we all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death.
Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Okay. There's a liaison in his chest where he could have been stabbed by something, right? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensics investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. You should have banged on my office door and came into my office. I did the same to you, so, you know, if we want to remain on equal standing as good buddies, you should do the same to me. Barge in and show me the updated autopsy report. Sarcastic and sincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. Is it a screwdriver with an A? Oh my god. This.
Ah, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver. What did it count?
Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew! Screwdriver, right? Andrew! Oh, I get it! Andrew! What was it? Albert Harebrained too, so his name also starts with an A. That's probably why it's an A, but it's also Andrew! Andrew, of course.
Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I named them all, you know? We're one big happy family.
That's kind of cute.
Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his snake.
That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. No, it's not just jam and jelly.
And that's not all.
The long sharp shape of this Andrew fella is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What?
Nuts.
Order! Order! Court will enter this friend of the defense as evidence.
Trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. Oh, wait. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon? Great. Wait, let me check Andrew. Andrew! Okay. Oh yeah, I can check this. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Ryunosuke. We have no sidekick, but we can handle this ourselves. Was this on the screwdriver when we saw it, though? I don't remember. This is blood. Mr. Aspen's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Do you not like blood, Ryunosuke? Why'd you become a defense attorney? Oh wait, it was for your boyfriend. I mean, best friend. That's understandable. Okay. Also, this thing, right? So this experiment, drawing shown in relative position that it exploded. Oh, maybe this isn't it then. Anyway, okay. Great. Great.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it.
No, that's not right. I need a prize.
Hold it!
Hold it! What grounds do you have for saying that?
Hush! You really need to ask. There were only 2 people on that public experimentation.
Sorry.
There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Audie Assman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right! I saw him with my own eyes!
Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody were anywhere near the body.
In other words, only someone on stage with the victim could have possibly done it.
Great Scott! Yes?
Excuse me.
Only someone on stage could have done it. Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Oh, sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of the electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed this Mr. Assman, you say? As you say.
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded animals, with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no, a blood swimming pool.
Ah,
But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well,
No, I suppose not. You see, not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that.
well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Yeah, like, wait. Yeah, if he was doing it in front of all those people, there's no way he could kill someone while everyone's watching, right? It would have to be, but like, right? So like, it would have to be after the dude disappeared. Because when he was inside the machine, like, as it was doing the thing, right, he was still alive, I'm pretty sure. At least in the little opening that we saw. Oops. Right, and if he's stuck in the birdcage, like, it's not like he could have gone in and stabbed him while he was in the birdcage. Order, order! Oh no, he's bringing out the wine glass again. Pray forgive the discourtesy. If I savor a drop of my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Hey Albert, did Van Zeeks have like a drinking problem during university? Do you know? Or did he start drinking after school?
Oh, you're so kind, Barack, but I'm really not a patch on you. Oh.
No, you're not.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound.
Oh, of course.
What particular situation? Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir. Where are they going with this?
Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson.
The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was being through the air.
Oh.
Hold it! Why would you think that, Inspector?
With any stab wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profusing bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word.
We did learn about this in the first case. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Susato back in Japan is like, what? Where's Susato so when you need her? She doesn't know either.
If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Aspen in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device. A screwdriver was still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing, not my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can be easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. Okay, so that's where we present the screwdriver then. So that's all the testimony you have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zeeks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? No, he said that an autopsy report arrived this morning. Come on, Yunosuke, pay attention. Oh, well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. Okay, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. No, because we found it at the scene of the crime! You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there was very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there is no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is that the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding.
It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend. Even on your side of the world. Not really. Yeah, but about the screwdriver, the thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Oh, well, now that you come to mention it, yes.
Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravene the Special Disposition for Scientific Equipment Act?
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please do not fire Gregson. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage.
Ah.
That's right. It should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with Mr. Asman, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest.
Whoa!
Order! How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't.
Looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well.
You.
This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. Haha, I get it. My lord, If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in this argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Hell, yeah! Yeah! Lord Benzies is stumped! Who the fuck? What was that voice? It sounded like... Oh, it was you? You have a voice line?
Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruto, don't worry.
About what?
Without deliberate delving into details, there is no inconsistency.
What? You're making things worse for yourself. What are you doing?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? What? Oh my god.
Mommy!
It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly we should hear from the accuser's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. My light closed by itself. For some reason. My desk lamp. And then, like, it's not like my power went out or anything. That was freaky. There's a ghost in here, I'm sure of it. Anyway, just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Science, man. It'd be like that. Have you ever seen that video of, like, scientists, like, geeking out? Geeking out? I don't know. It's not geeking out, actually. It's just, like, scientists going in, like, some underwater machine into, like, the deep waters to look at sea critters, right? And it's just them, like, bullying, like, octopuses that look weird. Or, like, them seeing a whale and being like, whoa, that's so cool, right? Yeah. Anyway, it was like cute. It was cute. It's like, scientists don't have to speak in scientific terms all the time. Emma Sky.
Very well. Defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord!
In the name of Apollo. Justice? Inconsistency explained.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put.
Isn't the birdcage metal? What?
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't any inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Okay, can't trust transport metal. Smells like a bunch of lies because I'm pretty sure there's metal in this image. Well, okay, these are wood. The birdcage is wood. I did not realize that. But aren't his glasses metal then? Right? Right? Or like, I don't know, maybe his coat buttons aren't. But his glasses are definitely a metal. Right? Okay, well, we'll see. Oh, wait. Actually, looking at this, I have another wacko theory. Okay, so with the crossbow... Okay, here's my wacko theory. I'm, like, 90% sure this is just BS, but what if, like, when he was beamed, quote, right? He was in the sky. He was here. But before he fell, right? He was in the sky. Someone from the ground with a crossbow shot him while he was up in the sky. And that's how he got the wound in his chest. And then but like when he shot him with the Andrew, and then the Andrew ricocheted off and then bounced off and then landed here. Yep, I got it. I'm sure Sherlock would approve.
So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is
That based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
in other words.
In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency.
And therefore,
And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
my great hypothesis holds, you see.
Harebrain, what are you doing?
We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Harebrain?
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No.
He's on the side of science.
My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I am a scientist after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, to be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. And yet, your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way.
No scientist can find truth without first finding self-belief.
Oh shit.
Those were the words of a certain scientist I held in the highest esteem.
But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words for the same great scientist, you know?
Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. What? But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So, Lord Van Zeeks really did have a friend once. But I didn't notice hell freezing over. What's with the Lord Van Zeeks? What? There's this one screenshot from a BL that I really like. I think I can quote it from memory, but it might also be here. Yeah, I mean, it's the friends part I'm talking about. He isn't supposed to have any.
My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon.
Okay. Your hypothesis states it? So this isn't proven then?
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based on thousands of calculations. It is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made out of wood, you see?
Sorry, the birdcage?
Yes, that's what I call a sea obtuse cage in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis.
Yeah.
The jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort.
Well, thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarnation, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes, it all fits perfectly within the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict a fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir.
Someone beat me out of this nightmare.
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't any inconsistency at all.
You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true.
Do I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruto? Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I knew that! No, you're quite right.
Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Ashman?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. We only ever discussed my hypothesis, my project, and the research grant, of course. Mr. Asman was the was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place?
A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work.
That's the tiniest book? Magazine?
That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I need new spectacles.
Oh.
I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of the tiny little glass. But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work?
Exactly! That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together!
Oh, so there's an engineer too. I don't know if it matters, but I will remember that information. The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some kind of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Okay.
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction?
Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asman and I toiled over that machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? Iris at the beginning said she read over whatever, like, his whole thing, like his... I forgot what it's called, like, his idea, right? She read over it. So the access to, like, his, maybe not all the specifics, but, like, the general idea of his hypothesis is public knowledge, isn't it? I don't know. Whatever. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thanks goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Okay. Cannot transfer metal, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Okay, so I think that his glasses are metal, so this would be wrong, right?
Objection!
Haha! Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Yeah, you can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal. No.
we've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place.
My hypothesis, my hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. I like how he's still moving.
Order! Counsel, what's the implication for this?
If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant must have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society.
Yes, juror number 4, go ahead.
As a man of science, there is one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, haven't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud.
Oh god.
I say the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What, the devil's blasted all about it? Who made up the after all?
I don't like all the old men that are on the council. I can't do those voices. I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Raise an objection.
I'll raise an objection.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public? He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Yes, he does, Ryunosuke. He wants a research grant. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. Oh, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Van Zeeks. Oh, shit, it disconnected. Oh, okay, let's wait till it connects again. It's green, though. It says it's green. Maybe I'll just stop streaming and then start again. Oh, wait, just kidding. I think... Oh, wait, no, huh? What? Is my Wi-Fi gone? Is that what's happening? Oh my god. No, cause YouTube Studio is running, so the Wi-Fi should be fine. Bah humbug. See, maybe I shouldn't have pressed record, because now we're waiting here together in the VOD. We're here together. Oh wait, I can pause the recording. Ooh. Let's continue. Let's continue. Alright, cool. I shouldn't have pressed record so early, but we're back, I think. Anyway. Yeah, Van Zeeks. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that, because he wanted the research grant, right? For the research grant money. I just know what's up.
If the government was foolish enough to have deemed this man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his confessed conspirators were received in a handsome sum indeed. I need a blanket because my belly is cold. Alright.
Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds?
10 pounds?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds. Oh yeah!
Oh, hey,
Oh, you can live in handsome. What? You can live handsome on that for. You can live handsome on that for years. The society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in view of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
Okay, but like... Why would he kill someone on his team, though?
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please, you must believe me.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Success.
Bear Rock.
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Bear Rock. Where's this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may.
Yes, Lord Van Cheeks.
The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand.
New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement?
Okay, LB disconnected again. Continue. Okay.
Yes, new witness. What would be the nature of their involvement?
They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Oh wait, are these people who were in the hot air balloon then?
Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no blah blah blah. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yeah. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. It's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now.
What? You're gonna short recess now, right after my internet's back and better? Bro. Oh, oops.
During which time, the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Yeah, save. Bro, thank God, like, this is all on the Switch, right? So I don't need Wi-Fi to play the game, which is, like, a blessing in disguise, honestly.
23rd of October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh, he's here! I was just gonna say, it's like, we don't have anyone on our, like, we don't have an assistant, we don't have Susato or Iris, right? Sherlock is also busy. Like, who are we gonna talk to during the break? Oh, right! Our client.
Mr. Naruhodo? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather... What on earth were you playing at all alone? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start!
Sorry about that.
But you promised me... You said you proved that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you keep my precious inheritance from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
Yeah, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you that I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations? Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh, oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject, what about Barack? He's mean awful.
Claiming his own university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being.
He's in the same level as you.
Oh, but no, wait, he's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. Is it? Can I double check something with you?
Yes? What?
The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I assume? There was no trickery involved?
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn from the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
Alright, Professor, I understand. I feel like maybe, like the professor himself believes it's all science and whatnot, but somebody else on the team, maybe the engineer, or maybe it was the guy who died, maybe it was Asman himself, right, didn't quite believe his hypothesis to work, and because of that involved, like, added some, like, I don't know, like magic show stuff happening. Maybe that's why you have a magician on the jury, yo! Sorry, random people. Yeah, like some magic show disappearing act stuff to the machine demonstration in order to make it look like it worked so that they could get the research grant, probably. Right? But they didn't tell Hairbrain any of it. Maybe that's the case. My eyes are still on the engineer and the Assman too. Alright, Professor, I understand.
Counsel defendant! Prosecution wishes are ready to take the stand and court is about to see in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please.
Okay. Yep. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. And we're going to show me. Practical implementation, such as that. Or I can't talk anymore. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. Yes, they brought in my spite, just for a single line. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? "23rd of October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom."
Alright. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witness to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe the next witness saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Oh no, is it Gina? Is it Gina? It's Gina, isn't it? Wait, I think it's Gina. Oh boy. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Not if it's Gina. Perfect! A detective of all people. Oh no, it's definitely Gina now. It's totally Gina now. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present at the stage at the time, the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witness now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh wait, it's not Gina! Oh wait, no, there is Gina! She is here! Never mind, there's a big guy and a little guy. What? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Oh man. Oh, wait. Balloon? 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 My name. What voice would this guy? I don't want to give him a deep voice because I don't want to die. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimento stage. Oh no. Oh no, I can't do this. I'm so sorry. Oh no. I'm just gonna read it normally.
My name is Wilhelm Gostrich Sigmund Ormstein.
I thought these two were gonna have cute names, like one was Loon and the other one's Ba. So together they're Balloon, but I guess not.
I've come to see the great exhibition from all the way from my home in Bohemia.
But it? Like cute.
I'm very rich.
Okay, let's give you a higher voice.
I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Airlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of the balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again. But she did mention that she's seen the disaster from up in the balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. Oh, I'm so happy for her. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya?
60 feet, about 18 meters then. I gotta translate it.
Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give forth your testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
Okay. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang from the stage, and then next second, another bang from the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Okay. So... wait. Wait, hold on. Okay, so yeah, there was an explosion, right?
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Can I just clarify something? There is a detail in the witness's testimony I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. What? When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. When the other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers, there were other balloons in the... My god. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Alright. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. Oh. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. So it was just like a magic trick.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a state. Suddenly,
I need to give him like a younger voice, but I don't know how to.
suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes. There's a person inside. This blast is so hot. I didn't want to miss a scene, so I kept my eyes wide.
Oh, that balloon guy's gonna be rich.
I still have lots of money.
It's just like, seriously, someone take this kid away. Precisely, who is this curious infant? Infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Is that really a benefit, though? Do we really need that? Oh, he took off the mask.
Then I removed my mask. This is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Assman on stage, could possibly have committed the murder.
Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. The view from 60 feet up. Okay. It was an accident table. I'm grateful, but my balloons were not damaged. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. What? He's Spanish? I don't know what. All 3 of them. My Bellissimi Bambini. I'm sorry, I'm not Spanish. I have a British accent for some reason. They were very popular, senor. Some people will pay 10 pounds for one ride. 10 pounds? That's more than my annual stipend.
20 pounds a month. That is my pocket money.
Okay, bitch. Nobody needs to know. Or else have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. Play the old work I work. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's police call, you know?
Detectives have all the luck. Oh, poor Yosuke. I hope you get to go in a balloon at the end, at least. Or at least sometime in your time in Britain. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating with such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, in the zone above public experimentation stage is most profitable. The other press scenarios, they hate me. Doctors hate him, find out why.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we can hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bane from the stage, and then next second, another bane in the sky beside us.
Okay. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air.
Yep, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug. being a lawyer is a monk game. You should join the force and we can go flying together.
You know me so well. Yeah, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into the stage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You're describing a moment of a subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Yeah, what was it again?
William Gotts.
Oh man.
Wilhelm Gotts French Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the four names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oh, get it right, Edo. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I addressed him at the moment?
That's not what I saw. That's not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah. There was a second explosion, and it was right beside a balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I thought, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, and next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that's when someone else is speaking. If you are rude enough to interrupt, you'll have the most awful life imaginable.
All Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy.
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon fly in the sky.
A green balloon?
You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council, I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie, that is not allowed.
I don't know why he's like British, but also I'm saying disease.
Shush. Tisk. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial nation relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Was it? Okay, were they in the same balloon? Okay.
It was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to us at the time.
Hold it!
Green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course, I'm sure. I am proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored.
English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo is very wrong to lie.
Why?
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason that planets never explode. It's logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
What I?
I would rather the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Here you are, your highness. Only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that the peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we can continue to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
No, I did not see I did not see the explosion myself, however. The cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into Crystal Tower. Oh, oops.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen?
No, in reality I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
When I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear.
Oh my god. Okay.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Use your hair, Otto. How could it have been me? I was in the balloon, weren't I?
Right.
So, because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg him over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to steal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing!
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared of me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. What do you mean the victim was never actually on the stage? He had to be there because we all saw that guy go in, right? Or, I don't know. Two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay. Looks like another bane in the sky beside us. It's not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to us at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? I did see this. And it's just country relations, man. It's not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon. Is it this thing then? If I present this here though, like it's not really like a contradiction, it's just kind of like, aha, a reaffirmation of what we saw. Whatever.
Objection!
Okay, just kidding. That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. As your task, counsel, explain this somehow to the court, not the other way around. Just seems to jar though, don't you think? What I think is the whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay, hold on. So it's not the sky that explodes, it's a green balloon. In the next second, another bane steps. Green balloon. Hold on. Get the screwdriver. Maybe I analyze this again. I can't find anything out of place. The other side, right? Yeah, but we did check this already. Is Iris gonna pop up if I check this again? Oh no. Looks like layers of thick canvas is the thing. Okay. Never mind. Should we say that there wasn't any balloon here? Actually, wait, let me safety save. Let me save. Okay. Oh, there isn't any balloon. Nope, that's not right. Defense, we have to object to that last statement, my lord. What's it different? What a real objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you will also have to think again. Hmm? What? Hold on. Yeah, I can check this again. The Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trial. And this isn't the first time their henchman has tried to attack Lord Van Zieks as a result by the sound of it. Makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Yes, indeed. And the lost cat. Can you look at this again? No, I already looked at all this. So he has to try to prove that's somehow a trick? A trick? We don't have evidence for that though. Do we? The only thing I can think of is a piece of green cloth, but like... No one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Huh? Okay. Okay, hold on, let me go over these. So, it was a terrible incident, I'm really grateful that my balloons are not. Okay, that's fine. Huge bane in the sky, the next second another bane in the sky beside us. Oops. Okay, that's fine. It's not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Right, but there shouldn't be a problem with that though, right? Well, I mean, I presented the green cloth, that didn't work. Right, and then nothing else makes sense. The diagram doesn't work either. I don't know, maybe it's not this. Cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the tower. That's fine. I didn't get a good look at inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. What if I do, like, the crossbow here? And basically say, like, oh, you know, someone could have been near it since this crossbow was dropped near the tower?
Objection!
Nope, just kidding. Really? What am I supposed to do here? Do I have to press everything again or something? Weird. Sometimes they have you press everything again. Like, they have you press everything twice. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case. Maybe it's Gina's statement that I had to press again. This one.
Hold it!
Look around, there's a huge great fireball next to us in the sky. There's nothing there before. And what appears out of flames, the cage, that's what...
And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantly through space.
It's mind-blowing, isn't it? But that's 20th century for you, I reckon.
So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. Okay. I don't know if that changes what we know. Green balloon. Okay, this is all the same. Ah yes, the relations in between countries. That balloon man is earning so much money from this kid.
Hold it!
No one went into it after it crashed into the tower, right? And then Gregson was keeping everyone away. Joining, but what if it's actually some kind of switch around trick? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Is that what we were trying to prove then? That the victim wasn't on the stage in the first place? Two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into panic. Victim was not actually on the stage in the first. How the hell are we supposed to prove that? The newspaper doesn't have anything. It's not this. Crossbow, piece of cloth. Oh my god, Naruto, what are you talking about? Oh my god. It's never actually on the stage. No, that doesn't... No, this is fine. 2:20 p.m.? No. What? What? The victim is not actually on the stage. Huge bang from the sky, and the next second another bang in the sky beside. Wait, what? Oh my god. Okay, What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused, cause what? So I have to present something, but I don't.
Hold it!
Oh, oops. Wait. You're, Dodgy Cove climbing into that cage and the Dodgy Professor pulling on the levers. The mess of the cage disappeared. There's another bang. Looked around, there's a huge fireball next to us. Nothing was there before. What happens if you put the cage, that's what. And the description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantly. People who actually saw the demonstration really believe that the miracle was taking place. What? Is it this somewhere? Something here? I don't know. I'll just try. I'll just try pieces of evidence. Because I don't know. I'm lost and confused. I'm so glad I saved before. Let's try to. Oh, so that was the claw. Let's try to cross.
Objection!
Okay, well, this one doesn't work either. Coolio. Oh, OBS disconnected. I mean, it's fine. I'm like confused as hell anyway. So I might as well take the time while OBS is disconnected and while my Wi-Fi is not working to try to somehow figure this out. Okay, so there's a huge bang. Oh. Or my computer freezes instead. Oh wait, we're fine. Okay, the recording might be awkward, but my computer froze for a second, but it came back. Alright, but I was saying I was gonna take the time instead to like figure out what the hell this is. Okay, I don't want this all to be in the recording though. Basically, I'm back, and what the guy says at the very beginning, I figured it out. So it's the balloon guy was like, oh yeah, you know, it's a terrible incident. I'm only grateful my balloons were not damaged, right? And you were supposed to be like, oh, but wait, one of the balloons were damaged, ho ho ho, right? Okay, okay, that's why. That's why.
Objection!
Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? I think it may be... see, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It's made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it off when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Oh! If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Oh no, it's balloons!
And my bones exploded that day. Why didn't anyone say so?
Maybe everyone boy was killed.
Oh no, having to spend 10 whole pounds for an experiment is how awful.
Oh my god, it seems to me this fish because 50% of the time anyway. OBS disconnects immediately? Oh my god, really? I have decided I'm just not gonna stream any more of it. Whatever. I'm just gonna play through it and record it and upload it on YouTube instead. Because it's not fun playing like 3 seconds and then having to get up and then fix my router. Fix in quotation marks because it breaks after like another 3 seconds, so it's whatever. You know what? You know, screw it. Screw it! I don't care. You know what? It's fine. Like, you know, it's not fun for me. It's probably not fun to see so many breaks either, so it's just a load of shit. No, it's a load of shit. I'm very mad at my Wi-Fi right now. And I will continue to be mad at it. And in order to do that, I will not stream. That's how I'm gonna be mad. Although that doesn't really make sense, does it? Whatever. Okay, so... Oh, okay, right. So Mr. Loon's balloon didn't, he said they didn't, none of them were damaged, but one did explode, right? Oh, maybe not everyone on board was killed. Oh no, how awful. Oh, seems to me those things crash 50% of the time anyway, bro. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after explosion on stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon.
Causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Oh, why not, Mr. Loon? You're suggesting that I'm a liar? That person's died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. I just realized that his hat is a balloon, and there's actually fire in it now, so it's been enlarged. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There's no such balloon in the sky. It's not impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than that meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimonies about the balloons you were operating at the...
Oh, grazie, my lord! Oh, no, his balloon head is always on fire. Okay, it was just more on fire. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
But you can't get away from the fact that a burn-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckon there was probably some debris thrown by the explosion on stage.
The super ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay.
So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. If you saw my balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. What?
If you attack us, leave a fight back. It will be for all that for.
What happened to all that war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Okay.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness.
As I said, Balthazar Loon is no lie. Every balloon I had in the skyline.
Hold it!
You could just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor... I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you really believe I would make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What? Me? tell you what us told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have a go. Said he'd have to go himself in that case.
All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. Okay. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And the balloon flies because it flies! What else? That answers nothing! That must be Italian for, I don't know. Oh, he's Italian. I thought he was Spanish. Oops. I'm sorry, I don't know Europe. There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using gas that is lighter than air. See, my balloons are filled with magic gas. Magic gas! Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. Magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What's the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or I cannot eat. None of the balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. If you still say that is what happened, you must show me proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was then what was the one that exploded? Well, you can't get away from the fact that a bit of cloth was found in the scene. Okay. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking up stuff from the ground, me. Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish off the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's when most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Well, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Yes, we have a badge. Look at your arm, Ryunosuke. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Oh yeah, the coppers at the yard reckoned there was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on stage. There was some considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the kids what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope formed from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Oh no, Gregson! Gregson's like the gumshoe of this game. His salary cuts. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. The scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. This stupid old ragazzo was mistaken. My balloons have the red blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. And it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park, operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? I can talk.
Sí, exactamente. As the senor says, it's not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken by what he saw.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master Wilhelm Gottschalk, blah 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 blah.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing.
Another balloon, please.
Okay. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Then why didn't you say so earlier? Sooner. I have the photograph here.
Bruh.
Oh, good gracious!
What? I had not been in balloon for a little while, so I was very excited.
Gina and the balloon guy are so shocked on the side.
I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemia exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar,
The hot eel salad.
the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Oh, really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boy experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Oh boy. It's black and white though.
Then I see you are too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed a word, young man.
About another balloon. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but but that is not my fault! It's the fault of the stupid person who made the camera!
Wow, what thought it is. That is one very bohemian sounding cry.
Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence.
Okay. He claims his green exploded moments after he took this shot.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia moments to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take the photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I first saw the police, there was this very loud bang, and the hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. The explosion in the sky, he means? Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I cannot give a flying fig! Lovely language you picked up. as I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay, wait, let me check the photograph then. Here, right? Because I did not get to see it very clearly. What the hell is this? What is this? Also, there's no one in this balloon. Squint. Well, this certainly seemed like there's a guy in there. There's the Broccoli Man, lots of people. But this thing is very apparently wrong. Is this the crossbow thing situation? Is this someone shooting a crossbow? Someone shot something. Oh, let's play Where's Waldo? Can we see anyone we recognize in the crowd? I don't think so. Now, oh yeah, there's a lady with her kid here. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, but yeah, there's no one in here. So, okay. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. We're carrying passengers if they fell to explosion would yeah, so maybe it's this one. Okay. Scene. Coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from explosion on stage. Super was mistaken, my balloons had red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay, so I think it's this one, right?
Objection!
Yeah! Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Oh my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
See, they have a pleasure facing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers.
Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
Well, I know nothing, Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
See, the competition is trying to steal my profits. I did not notice, and because of the experimento that went wrong on stage.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Aspen was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so with them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one, and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Oh, really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more! Yeah.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue.
Oh, what's that?
That's such a... What? That's such a scary sprite. His mouth is so wide open. A white clue.
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion! We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying, and the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? Think about it, Van Zeeks. If that was the case, then wouldn't all the balloons in the sky have ignited, right? Is that what he's saying? Oh, whatever. He's just wrong. He's just wrong. It appears that this photograph requires closer examination. The counsel for the defense. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location, the alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. A clue that heavily suggests the real reason is this beam of light that's going towards the balloon. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light, caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. What? Are you guys blind? If you look at it with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh god, the people next to him are so busy.
Dude, how many cards do you have? Can you stop throwing them in my lap?
Oh, he's throwing them at her too.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
Girl?
Well, could have been a fire day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
About a fire, heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow.
Indeed.
Oh, indeed. Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? Evidence that I collected myself and didn't tell you, Van Zeeks. Haha, how does it feel?
If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sakes present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
It's the crossbow. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into a hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. And that streak of light in the photo just looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. That's such a that's such a weird expression, Van Zeeks.
Order, order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
With the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Huh? What? What do you mean? Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. But if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
What? Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up in the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me!
Ah, now I understand. That's what the sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel?
There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Dun. Let's assume, as I said, the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in the cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow that was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Yeah. From amid the smoke, this hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. But if the dude was in the balloon, right? Well, obviously he was already dead, right? But like, wouldn't his body show signs of burning or something? Right? He would be burnt, right? I don't know. I think you'd all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the true truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and I said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage and in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I might put in a word as a man of magic myself,
Yeah, he's here. He is a magician here. Yeah.
such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Assman, and having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double.
Yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Assman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered. To the 4 winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosion force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases as well as helium. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, he's in the cage, which is made of wood, so wouldn't the cage have been, like, caught on fire or something?
But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all a part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that this instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, oh, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Ugh. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ugh. Hell yeah, Ryunosuke, you're so cool. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Oh no, it's gonna be Harebrain, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
Well, you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry? What's all of this about, Mr. Harebrain?
I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Audie Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
What? Huh? What? What are you doing?
Order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine.
Oh.
You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but was there proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me, I can prove.
Bear,
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Disposition for Scientific Equipment acts as adherent and protect my creation.
Oh man, it's wine time. Chalice time. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Every time he's like, oh, sorry about this, I'm doing this again. It's like, bro, just... Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? In his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Huh? Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. Shit. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder,
Crack.
any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
Oh shit, they're gonna make me choose. Oh no. Well, Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked me. Right. Was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Let me save for a sec. Okay. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Oh no, he's doing the thing! He's doing the it's all over Phoenix pose.
Mr. Naruto!
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... No! No, 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 I didn't want to do that! No, I didn't want to do that! I didn't want to do that! Oh well, I guess we'll see what happens. I wanted to say it was actually a trick because if there's anything I've learned from Ace Attorney games is that the truth is the most important thing. It's always the truth. We gotta pursue the truth. Ah! They're gonna tell you, you chose the wrong one.
No, I can't say it. My client plays face in me, but I just can't let him down.
What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? What? Huh? Wait, what? Why are you here? Susanoo?
Hello again, Mr. Naruto. It's been far too long.
Huh? How'd you get here? How'd you get here? Susanoo-san! But what are you- Ah! Oh my god! Ah! My first Susanoo takedown in 6 months. Ow, it still hurts like a bitch.
There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand.
Everyone's just like watching them. It's like, oh my god, that girl just tossed the dude. Van Zieks tossed his chalice. Susanoo tossed Yunosuke. Okay, yeah.
Concentrate on the task at hand, which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect.
Yes.
Professor Hairbrain.
Yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Hell yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Assman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! Oh my god.
Hey, Van Zieks, you can throw things too?
You also know Jutsu. Okay. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? That's very and as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Ah. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
But, Barrock.
Lord Van Zieks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
What are you talking about? He sounds the same.
In truth, there is one thing that I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon?
Oh shit. Okay. Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Tall. Taller than me. And thinner than me. With straight hair. Straighter and whiter than mine.
Thinner than you? What, is this guy a stick? Straight white hair.
Let me see. One less lens than me too. A monocle. Rather stylish black monocle.
I don't think it's anyone we've met before. Also, oh right, I can check people. I forgot to check people. I wanted to check people before just to clarify ages, right? 60, right? Because basically, right. So they're the same age. That makes sense. But they were saying that 10 years ago was when the whole incident happened. The professor serial killer incident that killed probably Van Zeke's older brother is what I'm guessing it is. I know this is like a huge diverge from like what's currently happening, but I just remembered to check this, and they were like, oh yeah, 10 years ago when Van Zeke's graduated university. Right, so then he would be 23, right? And then oh my god, this guy's 11. So 23, so it was 10 years ago. Right, so I just wanted to check everyone's ages at that time. Test spell, okay, so 16, 35. Gino was 8, Masked Man. Yeah, Masked Man, yeah, yep, that is indeed the Masked Man. Okay. Body Aspen. So, Strongheart would be 40, okay. Wait, Herlock is older than Van Zeke's? I thought Sherlock would be like younger. Damn, I'm crazy. Okay, then so he would be like 24 at the time. So he'd be like around the same. He's like around the same age. Okay, because when they were talking about it in my mind, I thought like Sherlock was like what 20 something. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like the youth vibes. From how he acts. He does not act like a 34-year-old man, you know? So I assumed he was 20-something, late 20s. And then when they were saying it was 10 years ago, I was like, what? Then Sherlock would be like, you know, late teens. Like, he would still be a teenager. Like, that doesn't seem right, you know? Given his whole knowledge on the aspect. Okay, so if he was like 20-something at the same time, then they were both... Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Cool. And Iris wasn't born. Okay. Okay. Well, that clears some things up, yeah. Anyway, right. Monocle, tall, skinny man with a monocle and straight white hair. It's not this guy. I don't think we've seen them. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Anyway, but one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. I said that the engineer would be important, didn't I? I love being able to read. Okay. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Assman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. What? Enoch Drebber? I feel like that's a pun for sure. Like hairbrain is a pun, obviously, right? But Enoch Trevor? I don't... Enoch Trevor! They know these? Does the name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. What? Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this danger that I've heard in scientific circles in circulation with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Is he like a failed magician or something? Obviously the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician, yes. We're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we've just heard from Mr. Drebber's character, sorry to say it sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume?
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Drebber?
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asmund and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Yeah.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment in my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Mr. Drebber had described.
Oh.
When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
Aw, Hairbrain. Like, he wrote up the thing, he wanted to do it, but then two assholes got in the way. And we're like, yeah, okay, you know, you and your invention, very cool, alright, we'll just take care of it, blah blah blah. And they just did whatever to make it look like it happened. Right? Oh man, that sucks. That sucks.
It appears that we shall now suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord?
the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like to see him. I should like him served with subpoena. I still don't know how to say that word.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for defense.
Yes, my lord? Yes?
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Oh. Okay. So we get more time to investigate, or is wait, no, we have to talk to Susato, like, what the why are you here? Oh my god. 23rd October, 1:32. It's 1:38, 6 p.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Hi, Hairbrain. Do you need a hug, Hairbrain? Do you want a hug? Let's hug it out, okay? Let's just, here, pat on the back. Rubs. Ruffle the hair. Oh.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. Oh, you trust me? I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean, about what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Aw. Hi, Susato. Yeah. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Reno, so it would be a surprise.
Oh, that's why. Oh. Yeah, it was a surprise. Too much of a surprise. Oh my god. Oh, but then Susato's back then. Oh, everyone's back again together. Like in the last photo of the first game. Oh. Aw. Okay.
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright? Especially when she threw me into the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just happy to see you again I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie's train was late to London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
She just like walked in from the side. Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here.
Don't cry, Rinosuke.
I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! Oh my gosh. I mean, Susato, you've been doing a lot of traveling. That means, like, it's 50 days on a ship to get here. Alright, so that means you spent 150 days on the ship in total so far. Jesus Christ. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Oh boy. Another extraordinary turn? Oh, I'm so excited. To be continued. And by to be continued, I mean very soon. Because I am addicted. Yes, save it, please. Oh, there is an investigation part. Okay.
23rd October to 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Oh, Susato, I missed you so much here. I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I see your desk is still messy. You still haven't cleaned it up in 6 whole months. You weren't even working during that time, weren't you, Naruhodo? I didn't know you might return. Oh, I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it's been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
My father?
Yeah, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
It was a lie. I thought you knew this. I wrote a letter. I think I wrote yeah, I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It's quite an accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, she's here for that? The International That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh,
What was the promise? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
yeah, of course, I shall.
Can you dress up as a guy again, Susato, please? And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who. About Kazuma.
I know. I will tell you all that I can.
Oh right, about how no one in Japan knows that he's, you know, he cracked his neck on the ship. Okay. Oh boy. The talking topics here.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed back to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
That awful trial. Oh yeah. For the murder of Giselle Brett.
Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Bruno?
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play as being a lawyer now. I can wear a fake mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris.
I can put on stilts, or like very tall platform shoes.
There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convex lute we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Okay. So Professor Mikotoba was also in Britain before as a student. I remember that. So was he there during the supposed Hound of Baskervilles? Because I'm guessing that's what this is, right? Hound of Baskerville's case then? So he probably understands, like, oh, you know, that's the thing, that thing that we should not talk about or something. Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years.
6 years? Yo.
I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time.
Yeah, it's 6 years.
But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Oh, okay. Oh, I skipped. Oh man, that's fine. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. And also killed Iris's dad. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name
I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems the name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
The fuck? What? So it's a fake name? What? Okay. Didn't exist, but how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin.
Her real name was Shin? Wait, that's the name of the person who was in the beep beep boop boop Japanese Morse code at the end of the first game, right? Oh, fuck. Okay. Wait, but I thought they were supposed to be Japanese. Wait, so she wasn't a visiting student. So she was. Wait, so she was Japanese? Is that? Wait, what?
Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a friend.
A friend? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin.
Asian. I don't think that's a pun, but that's funny.
Her name is literally all our intelligence services. It's literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she has some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
Okay, so she's not Japanese. But her... whatever. Okay, we'll figure it out later. And now she's been killed, so we'll never... I mean... Well, all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Asian. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Okay, anyway. I missed this one. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jikoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jikoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
The judge has a name? Yunosuke.
That terrible trial of yours where you were accused of murder.
Ah, yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jikoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yeah, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system. Oh, who's the current Attorney General?
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this subject only yesterday. Yeah, it lasted 12 hours. Actually, no, it was 11 hours. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
trying for you.
Kazuma.
After my friend's race trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Yeah.
I knew the truth. I knew you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Nobody in here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he'll never...
And he gets thrown.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited a man in his prison cell and asked what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
Oh man! Susato, you're so fucking smart. I love you so much.
And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unlaid at the port in Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out his body never arrived. It's just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Yeah, so, yeah, it's kind of unavoidable at this point, but the game's like heavily applying it that basically, Kazuma's still alive. And he's still alive because, oh, I can't see the thing. He's still alive because he's this guy, apparently. But here's, like, okay, right? Here's the question. The big question is, what the fuck was that second case then? Right? Cause they said he hit his neck and died. Right? And that sounds like something that, like, man, you would totally probably die from that, you know? People can snap their necks and die. It happens all the time in the movies where people do the thing, right? Assassins, Nico Robin, you've seen all of it. So, right, when he hit the bedpost and died, it's like, oh man, Kazuma's really dead, right? And then it's like, you know, this is the slight spoiler online, right? And I was like, what the fuck? Right? It's like, what? So he's still alive then, right? And now the game is actually talking about so. How did he survive that? That's the question. And everyone's thought he was dead too. You know? I guess when they carried away his body, you know, did he wake up like after that or something? Because it couldn't have been a plan to, like, you know, kill Kazuma. Because what happened was very clearly an accident. So why hide the fact that he's alive then? That's the question. That's my question, I guess. Right? What's happening? I'm so confused. Why is Kazuma a Birdman now? Also the fact that Ryunosuke was like, oh man, this bird mask guy who's just standing, just from his gestures, his posture, he was like, wow, he's so familiar. I'm like, wow, did you stare at Kazuma that much, Ryunosuke? Like, come on. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue on. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Well, Ryunosuke didn't. Wait, was that Susato speaking? No. Yeah, Ryunosuke didn't, but Susato did see his body, right? And at least in the intro movie, you could see the body still there. And she was there for that. That was when Sherlock found Ryunosuke in the closet. So they took away his body after that, probably. So, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah.
When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yeah. Fuck, I'm so... Shit! Oh no! The dark side of English court of law, and... Oh man, oh boy. What is trust? The High School Musical song plays. What about us? What about trust? I suppose that's true, yeah.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out to be not true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
Oh,
I'm terrified what that might do to me.
oh, it's Susato. I feel the same way. I know that she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Man, after Cosmo died, dude, I was really distraught. Like, you probably couldn't tell from the VOD, but man, I was really sad. Because I did like Cosmo a lot within the very short amount of time that we've known him. But he was so good, he was such a great guy. Right? And then I saw like the little spoiler that he was still alive, and I was like, what the fuck? It's like all my sadness from before just replaced with like confusion. Cosmo! Hey, look at my badge. Wait, no. Here. Present.
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. I can talk.
Well, yeah, it feels like it wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest.
Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just here. Oh, just there, look. I'd only be too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Also my thing froze, because I think my Wi-Fi disconnected. It's okay, we're stuck in a smile, though.
Oh! Thank you. I must have scrapped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Then take better care of it, please.
It was all going so well until I ruined it. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. The great return! My Wi-Fi returns, that is. Okay. So, armband. I don't think there's anything else I want to show. Sato. It's just evidence. Okay. Oh, you haven't. What? Iris, you're here. Oh, right, you were here the entire time. I forgot.
She's like, what's this about Kazuma still being alive? It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's own notes. It was about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, we love flashbacks.
It sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it.
And you wouldn't tell me how you come to know it.
Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time.
Oh,
Was it from her dad?
I'm only sorry I've kept it from you for so long, Iris.
Found it at Baskervilles.
It was completely by accident that I come to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk.
Ah, it is.
A large box of papers. There's a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What?
my basketball story?
Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Suzuna, what are you doing?
Oh, Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it. And certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Dude, who is this dog and why is he so important? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Shom's exploits.
How did it get to Japan, though? I thought it was in the pawnbrokery, right? It was in that chest. We had the manuscript for a while in evidence. We never used it, though. Right? And, like... What, did Sherlock make a copy and send it to Japan? That doesn't make any sense. Especially if we wanted to keep it a secret. Right? Then that means that the case itself was called Hound of the Baskervilles, maybe? Because the only reason why something like that would be in Mikotopa's study is that, like, he was part of that case, right? And the case name was just Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know. Whatever.
When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you.
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Okay.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. If you are, I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
Oh, so you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I've expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yeah, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. But how the hell are we gonna find this guy?
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yeah. He must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we do need to find the man.
It sounds like a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Or a great detective.
Are you supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Herb market.
Don't the British say herb? I don't know.
But let me know later when you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. No, I wanna look. Susato, your desk is empty. Unpack. I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Susato, so it would be ready for you whenever you returned.
It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next?
Are you sure? Look at his desk. Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I?
It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too.
Well, that's how it should be after all.
Oh dear, I've forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming.
Oh my god. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
But, Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of how wonderfully diverse a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Damn. Yunosuke, those 6 months meant nothing? Can I see the picture?
That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph on display at my room at home in Japan, you know?
I wondered if we'd ever all be together again, to be honest.
Oh, I know. So did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together.
I can't deny that having Susato-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. Aww. Oh, your room. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited.
Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room.
No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Aww. Aww.
So pleased to see our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium.
Yeah, the prawns are still swimming, and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now.
I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker.
Aww. Okay.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do.
I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we're staying here. Oh, given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with in my tea. They go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you?
That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Oh, are you guys so cute? What the fuck?
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we're gonna have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire is burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Just look at Mr. Garydub, for example.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me.
Oh, well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
Shovel? Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. So it's not ladders and step ladders, it's spades and shovels? Okay.
I see your Dharma still only has one eye filled in.
Oh. Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that.
I'd rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Also, I don't want to give our background people more work.
Okay. Let's move. Okay. Our lovely little office, what wonderful memories I have of this place. Mr. Stone Suite is just as it was when I left. Lord Chief Justice, prison. I don't believe we have any business that would require a visit here at the moment. Wow, so many things to go to. Let's just go downstairs for now. 23rd October is Stone Suite. I need a drink of water. Sorry. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's no one here? Okay. I guess Sholmes and Iris are both busy. Oh, it's so weird to see it empty. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's why Susato didn't say anything when we were leaving. I guess we'll just go down the list then. Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, hey, it's the guy! Isn't that the dude? Wow, he is really white. Like, in all manners of white. Holy shit, that's a white guy. 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Oh, it's a woman? Never mind. Wow, that lady is white. That lady is so white. I thought that was the guy. Is she wearing a lab coat? Oh man, I'm not ready to do this. Young champion of the court. You have some success this morning, I understand? And you've thrown entire government into disarray as a result. Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish. Now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today, and my voice is disappearing as fast as I can. Why don't we just give him a really high voice? It's just for kicks.
Once that happens, my forensics investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Oh my god. Wow. She's really pale. Holy shit. Is this... Wait a second. This is a doctor, isn't it? Or, like... Well, I was gonna say, is she, like, another scientist? But, like... her, like, the thingy on her tie looks like the snakes. Like the doctor snakes? I don't know what it's called, the doctor snakes. But like, you know, that thing that medical people have. I think Hermes has it. I don't know. Is Hermes even the god of... whatever. I don't know my Percy Jackson lore anymore. But she also has like that like star thing. You know, Van Zeeks has it. Lord Chief Justice has it. Lord Strongheart. Right? The cross with the arrows. But it does look like a lab coat. I don't know. I don't know what she is. Looks important though.
Until late, until late then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, she is a doctor. Huh. My brain is so big. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Oh boy, more places to go. Huh. Alright. Didn't say the trial would resume tomorrow morning, so this is like all right after the trial then, right? This is like afternoon of that day. Yeah, it's the 23rd. Wow, the days are long. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Forensics investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
Oh, how graphic.
I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. It means every word. Look at those pigeons in the background.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord?
Your father should be on high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. Bruh. He came here to study, of course I'm It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well.
Dr. Mikotoba.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Signers, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that the same place where Sherlock was when he got shot? Or shot in quotation marks. Dr. Scythe is also there then. Was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt that they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotobo was here studying his subject for some 6 years total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well... Damn, that's awkward. Clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Miss Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard his older brother was killed some years ago. Right. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? Sorry. You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say whenever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh.
My word. So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too!
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? I didn't know there's like ambient noise here. Okay. Sorry for all the coughing. I try to make like Chief Justice's voice as deep as possible, but it's not turning out well. I can only go so low. And I'm running out of water. I'm gonna have to get more water later. Anyway, let's move on. Oh right, we have the forensics area. Let's just follow that then. Forensics laboratory. Not library. Oh my god. Oh my god. This looks not like not what I was expecting. I was expecting LED lights and white walls. This is like Witch's Cave. Oh my gosh. Okay. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty of salty eyes in here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Okay. The blood on the table? We can't look at the blood on the table? Okay. Well, oh. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Oh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh, yes! And they actually say salt and pepper on them.
Why is salt and pepper here?
The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Oh my god. Okay, so that was this entire cabinet. This thing?
I suppose this is Dr. Say's desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. And the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yeah, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just cope with a one-eyed Dharma doll watching over me. But that's all. Mr. Skeleton? Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope!
I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
What about the bird? Oh, I can't click on the bird? Oh, wait. Oh, I can.
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know. And they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yeah, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in our office instead.
Wouldn't it be more terrifying if they were real, though? A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anyone concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Up here? Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we have back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about, ever.
Oh!
So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
Of course.
Ryunosuke. Aw. Ryunosuke is such a delight. Okay, well, I guess we weren't supposed to go here first, then. Let's go to prison. Oh. Oh no. What's he doing?
He is... Oh my! The whole wall is covered in mathematical equations! And he's still writing more now. Professor? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, wait. My Wi-Fi died, so I died.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is the young lady?
Give me a sec.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady?
My name's Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened.
What?
No, that's not logical. It makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete other clot.
Professor Hairbrain? What have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, haha. You mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see? I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually, this is my autobiography.
What? Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
Diddled and fiddled sounds like a bad combination of words. How I was diddled and fiddled sounds like, well, it doesn't sound like an autobiography, that's for sure.
I found I could represent my own odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see?
Oh no.
So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month, part 1, an odd birth and an odd upbringing.
Oh, he's gonna try to make money from the autobiography? You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman and that aloof engineer Drebber.
We're not gonna have to sit here through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Of course not. This morning's trial.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head.
My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting.
Oh?
It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know? Baroque did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing this case.
No, Brock wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he? I think he did. Or I think he wanted to believe in it and assert that he believed it. So that so that Hairbrain could get the research grant, right? Because he's his friend. In a sense.
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Sorry. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor has taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he?
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Sorry, I had to move some stuff around. Yeah, the Reaper can be a kind-hearted soul. He's kindly sending them to, a better place. Mr. Asman, do you think he's set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yeah. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the papers I've written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, I was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope in their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn a few measly pennies to carry on. Barely legal part-time work? Do we have to go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool? It's all too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber the engineer. Is he an engineer or a magician? Or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? He definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man is a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
Oh, I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Fabrication laboratory? Fusato? Why didn't you mention this before? And not Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Drebber's workshop. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand? It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct a kinesis machine, you see? Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. What? Hairbrain. Excuse me. What? First of all, he calls his laboratory a fabrication workshop. Okay, that's like red flag number 1. Red flag number 2 is the fact that you were blindfolded in a carriage. And he was like, yeah, he's just a normal, scientist guy. No big deal. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Miss Susato? Ew, the machine for your next birthday?
I've never...
Oh, that's perfume? I don't know.
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even a part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was very clearly... The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Soto. I'm sure he would never have...
Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look!
What?
Let me see that!
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
And not Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
Bro. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Only shows the man's name. Does it? Wait. E. Drebber, and not Drebber, engineer. There's like a plus sign and a minus sign. Ooh, what's this? Dirty. This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah yeah, probably. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was a specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment.
She's gonna smell it.
Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe because it's been a while and it's like... And like the, you know, like the smell fades away. Look at my badge. Ah, fascinating, yes! In Japan where I come from, it's a symbol of defense that wearing is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely unlogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. I just realized that we have had this discussion before. Okay. What do you think of this? Oh, yes, that's just when you need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science. Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Is there anything we can show? screwdriver. Professor, do you recognize this?
Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they?
Don't worry, he's being very well looked after.
I always rub him with machine oil when he's gleaming. Until he's gleaming.
Right. Details I did not need to know.
And then, when I come to tighten the screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. Haha, it's that age-old problem faced by driver files all over the world, isn't it?
Driver files? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Okay, this is all the same. What about the card? Oh no, this is all the same. Okay. I don't know. There's really nothing else to show him.
Ugh, how could this have happened?
It must feel awful. As well as a man living his life, the Crystal Tower is greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 trillions too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins in my pocket. They're still there now.
We did have this conversation. But I thought we got the photo at the trial. Oh, whatever. Anyway. I guess we'll move. We'll be back if something else happens. I wonder if the evidence we were given will become useful somehow. Stage, 2 spells. Oh, maybe the laboratory? Okay, well, I mean, we'll look at other places first. We'll just go down the list. 23rd October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. That's a long name. Oh, Gina! Gina with the puffy!
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, is this Gregson? Yeah. Gina in the background, though. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart. I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina! Stop playing with the puppy!
She's so cute. Oh my god. I'm trying to get my other foot on the chair. There we go. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now?
Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What's with this positive talk? Gregson, are you finally warming up to Gina? What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to What? You're being transferred?
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Haha, it's not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France, it's an entirely different country! I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? Is that the deduction that Van Zieks was talking about?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I am intending to take the kid with me when I go.
Oh. Gina's also going. What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. What a dad feeling.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. Still a very dad feeling. That's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least.
What's that mean? Cryptic as fuck.
Oi! Did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Well, right, well, any question about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now.
Suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Oh! Oh! Oh!
Cute! Oh! Isn't he great? Toby's his name.
Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable.
Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. She's not gonna say anything about Susato being here. She's like, oh, I didn't notice you were gone. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Oh wait, she was at the trial though. She probably saw Susato. Oh, whatever.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
Oh, the dog. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yeah. Toby. Woof.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind...
Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze.
Oh,
It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
but isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something.
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
Oh, that's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Co's office and he came back sniveling.
Tragic. I mean, Ryunosuke waited for 4 hours once, so...
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we don't touch anything.
Oh yeah.
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life.
So you're staying. So you're still. What? So you're still saying all this.
Oh my god, I cannot read Gina's things for the life of me.
So you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then. Them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Today's trial.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a great laugh. I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court ain't not spending. Oh, you know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying. I'm about to. And not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and all those made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish he wasn't.
It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, isn't he? Ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if it isn't actually from all the fried food.
Yeah, if Gregson goes to Paris, what about his fish and chips? He's not going to be able to eat any. There we go. Engineer's whereabouts. So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they have any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch him or nothing. The old devil's gotten.
He has heterochromia? I'm sorry, who?
You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scolding about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be a reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guzzling demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding that fishy engineer. But they don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? Sorry. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby,
Oh, give me a sec. Sorry, I got more water.
he ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how did they put it?
Is he like, Missile?
Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. Ryunosuke, do you want to be a police dog? I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. You want to tell us something, Ryunosuke?
Oh, that's nothing compared to this fella, Odo.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think he may have missed the point by a rather wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Odo, there's gotta be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right? One of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think, Toby here's Britain's first police dog. I found him down in Easton the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. Oh, I knew she lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
So I'm guessing Toby the dog can sniff this card here, and then we can figure out where Drebber is, right? About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if ain't too bleeding much trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we don't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby.
Yeah. Wolf. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
He's so cute! Oh, Toby! I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows a scent in this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right! That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... What's a pickpocket?
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yeah, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Or poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo, leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Or poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil sense, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads into that swindler's workshop.
Yeah, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, this we already checked, right? I guess we could check it again.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yeah, and what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on that day after the incident.
Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha 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 ha! Ouch, I'm a bad person. Oh my god.
Oh, the Crystal Tower! I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes!
You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Maybe it cancelled out, and your luck was blessed instead. It's like... I mean, there's the ambient, like, people talking noise, but there's also, like, some music playing. Huh. For a second there.
Oh look, a flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they fly. And so high up as well.
Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo! You must be able to see for miles and miles!
I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we all know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there's other ways to fly.
Well, I mean, there will be eventually. Yeah, that one's also the same. Okay. You can go up here too, right? These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Okay. Yay! Is Gregson... Oh, no, Gregson went somewhere else, right? Great exhibition ground. Experimentation stage.
Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yeah, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the secret research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You never see such a grand depiction in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh look, it's that...
What?
Lord Van Zeeks?
What? Why is he here? He looks so out of place. So, I think we're more or less done here, are we? Shall we, Miss Chisato? Let's leave.
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here, from the top! We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at the wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of an explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel wheel. Steel will. Steel will. Still will. I'll look at the stuff first before this guy.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders are buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they called the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor looks as though it's designed to open.
It does! Oh my god, Susato, you're so fucking smart. I love you, man. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at this precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Can we look at anything on the ground here? I guess not. Oh. This wasn't here yesterday. It wasn't? Is that the birdcage?
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction! Wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I understood that from the forensic investigation team that... I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
What do you mean, sadly? No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Ooh. Yeah, we can touch it. Da, 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 da. Ooh. Oh, the bottom isn't flat? Crazy. Ah, look here, Mr. Soto.
Oh yeah, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such a height?
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down to the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Okay. Can we look at the top? Okay. What about the inside? Straps. Well, there's a bit of red here. Oh, I guess we can't look at the bit of red? What? There is a bit of red there, right? They wouldn't just put that there for kicks, right? Oh damn, I guess that's it? Okay. Alright, well...
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're gonna say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh, no, I would never say something like that.
Susato can read Ryunosuke's thoughts, but the opposite is not true. Actually, apparently Ryunosuke doesn't, like... Apparently, like... Because it's so common that people know what he's thinking all the time. And apparently the reason why that is because when Ryunosuke thinks, he kind of says things out loud. He whispers it out loud to himself. And other people hear, and they're like, oh... That's why they know. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Temari handballs floating in the sky.
You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me.
But if you don't look, when you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way.
Oh. Okay, well... Okay, oh wait, let's check the Ferris wheel.
I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think that romance would be slightly spoiled by the Objectera, personally, but I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps shall I have to ask Iris or Mr. Oh, I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Scholes to accompany me on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear, Is it complicated for you, isn't it? It is complicated for you, isn't it?
I think... Isn't Phoenix and Apollo also scared of heights? I know Apollo is scared of heights. Phoenix was also scared of heights, wasn't he? Damn, y'all are all wusses.
Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yeah, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof on a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions.
You really ought to...
You really oughtn't. Is that a word? Is this a word? Oughtn't?
You really ought not to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. Alright, Vanzeeks. Let's talk to you, finally. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Oh my god. Lord Vanzeeks. What? Oh, wow. Not the weather deck. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Cool. Oh, I read them. Sorry, had to switch something out. So? So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Oh, well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. I didn't know you were part of the crime scene, Vanzeeks. Never mind, state your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Vanzeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it has nothing to do with this. Ryunosuke, I advise you to not ask about that, especially when it kind of comes out of nowhere. It's like, what? Like, what are you doing digging into personal matters?
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
Oh man, I can't wait to be kicked by Vanzeeks. Oh god, I can't wait to be kicked by Vanzeeks after pressing this A button. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand? Lord Vanzeeks. You Nipponese always have to be on guard whenever you're around. Oh, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's nothing like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Vanzeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. I can't talk. I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it, then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you gonna tar all Nipponese the same brush next? So, tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I featured one of the displays there for public scorn. Oh wait, he's he's a wax statue there? Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which... wait, you mean... Yeah, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Well, I mean, we already talked to Sheena about it, though.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but,
We very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? Oh? Oh wait, we get a photograph. I have a photograph of the man here from investigation 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Oh wow. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need a man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. He helps us, and then he doesn't help us. And then he's nice, and then he's not nice. Yay! Oh, what? Oh shit, the dude's back. The guy's back. It's the guy. It's the, Birdman guy that we most definitely do not recognize at all. Nope, never. You know what's throwing me off about the bird mask? I think it's the 3 circles there. It's like, it's weird. Why does he have 3 circles there? Like, it's not good. Anyway. Oh, the file requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Does Susato-san also get the feeling? Oh man, we're both big Kazuma fans, aren't we? Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks, maybe speak to your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why? Apprentice.
Kazuma-sama!
She said it, she said it, she said it out loud! She said it out loud, the thing we were all thinking! Kazuma. I don't believe it!
Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? What? Wait! Too late. Oh no! What's going on here? Your apprentice? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Ah. Oh man, oh god. I'm gonna be oh, okay. It's like I can see the future of what's gonna happen. Oh, okay, alright.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yeah, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. Oh, when Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Kazuma!
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. Huh? Why? The forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. Oh. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we can do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato.
Of course.
Okay, well, let's go to oops, that's not the right button. Let's go to Madame Tuspel's then. 'Cause that's where Sherlock is. 22nd of October. Madame Tuspel's. So Cosmo has amnesia? Man, okay. I mean, that would make sense. Maybe, like, you know, like when you hit your head hard enough, you'll lose your memory or something like that. Or, like, he did, like, hit his neck, so maybe it's, like, some kind of nerve or so. I don't know how the human body works, but it definitely makes sense. Like, he can't have just, like, come out of that without any repercussions. Also, I was thinking that I mean, they're saying that Sherlock lied to them, but my first thought was that they assumed Cosmo was dead because, you know, he was unconscious and everything, right? And maybe it was something kind of like the Romeo and Juliet scenario where you're so unconscious, you're basically dead, like you're like fake dead, right? And then later he woke up and was like, whoa, he's actually not dead, you know? But yeah, it would be Sherlock who would know if Cosmo was actually alive the entire time. Because he did go back and get the earring from Cosmo for that case, I remember, right? which means he went to see, quote, his body after it was taken away, right? So he definitely knows. He definitely knows. Damn it, Sherlock.
Oh my, no wonder it's called a house of horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I really like that Ryunosuke is a sweet tooth. That's kind of cute.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mrs. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Oh wait, he's not here yet? Okay, so I guess we have to go to forensics first then? Are you sure he's not here? Okay, I guess he is not here.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash!
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
A Susato slam?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. You can demonstrate on someone else. Maybe Lord Van Zeeks. Okay, anyway. I guess came here way too early, so we have to go to forensics laboratory then? Oh wait. We're investigating. Did we miss something here? Oh no, it's gonna be another one of those tiny things, like the cups on that table that I missed. It's gonna be like a specific bottle that I need to examine or something. The chair, maybe? No. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. The terrible feeling is setting in. Of I don't know what I missed here. The lamp? The book? Oh, the book. See? Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record for the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh,
What is it?
it's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month!
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for? 500 scalpels? I have no idea. Porcupine cosplay? Like, what? I'm guessing this is a woman. What are you doing? Ah, yeah. Ma'am. Oh, she has, like, snakes on her. Oh, she's so cool. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Or Mr. Aspen's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when you're done, you must leave immediately.
Yay!
So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene. victim Mr. Audie Assman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Assman, who appeared moments later partway up on the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
What? But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Oh boy. What? Who the fuck? What? What? You have a daughter? Oh my god! And her design is so good! Well, I mean, the bird mask aside, but I love the hair. And the, corset. Anyway.
Mama, what's this?
Ah! Where'd she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hello. To meet you. But pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Real estate.
Mama,
Yes?
can I cut this one up?
Never mind, she is not as cute as I thought. What? Oh my god.
I've never seen an East in person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring.
Gosh. you know that one meme is like chuckles, I'm in danger? Yeah. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor.
I'm sure Tina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yeah, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tispel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Oh, I can So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible!
Yes, you.
Wow, you do not beat around the bush, do you?
She doesn't mince her.
She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Okay. Alright, see you later. Okay, now we go here. 23rd October. Them two spells Museum of Waxworks.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
Yep, there he is.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that the temporary waxwork himself.
The friend of my
Okay, I can't do a French accent, I hope.
the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yeah. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already. Already. I don't know French.
Oh, wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
I'll just give her a weird accent. Yeah.
His habitual duties? Laws.
Oh my god.
Do not disturb, eh?
Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Well, about this wax statue here.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Susato, please. He's just goofing off. Oh my god. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The music. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Holmes! The music fades out. Susato-san! Susato-san! Susato? Oh my god. Sherlock, what have you done? Oh, my most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Because he's broke as fuck. Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I must confess, I'm yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. Oh, oh no! That stomach rumble echoed through the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing. Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. I'll agree, a young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Well, I'd like to at least see it. Like, I want to know what the professor looks like, you know? Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever is on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you? Oh, sorry.
The sign says it's Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, I guess we'll talk to Sherlock. Enoch Strebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Strebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain and the engineer who built this kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite a modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of some stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Strebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, I personally have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, so the photograph. Oh boy, this topic that I'm so excited to talk about. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing glare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard a steamship, your words were very clear.
So then let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Yeah.
You told us that it was a murder, and that you examined Kamsama-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yeah, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all! Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster. Would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. What? I'm so confused! I'm so confused! Why? Damn it, Sherlock! Damn you, as we move on to another topic. Actually, I want to see this. Hello, sir. You know what he reminds me of? He looks like, Kite from Hunter x Hunter. he looks like Kaito! What is this area in the back? Gold's Town? It just looks like random English people. Oh wait, he also has like the well, it's not actually the cross with arrows, is it? It's like the plus sign. Does he have a minus on the other side? Well, it doesn't show. Anyway, here you go. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at a photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Do you recognize this guy? Did he appear mayhaps 10 years ago or something? I don't know. Just guessing. Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
What's with all the English people going so pale? Paler than they were before. Well, I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh boy, do we get to see it? Oh yeah, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? I have to pay? Come on, man. Just a peek. Just a tiny peek. Surely it doesn't cost 5 shillings. It'll only be a second. I can screenshot it. I mean, what? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we have to do a rather pressing investigation to carry. Oh, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I'm sure you'll find it well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you only look at my expression to ascertain if this is a seriousness or silliness. Oh, surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Well, I mean, if this music is playing, it's probably silliness.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Susato, thank you for paying. Gratefully received. He's like, yes, dinner. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it all at your leisure. Oh, okay, you're gonna go?
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see a special exhibit.
Oh boy. Through those heavy curtains at last. Oh, okay. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-flipping inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Okay, oh boy, we can see it. Whoa. It's a separate area? Okay. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Oh, what the hell?
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as I walked in here.
Miss Susato! I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a very big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
True. Who's the guy discovering him? Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
That must be what Mr. Jones meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Oh my god. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigations, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that the fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Oh boy, okay. I guess we'll look at this first.
This must be the killer, the being known as the Professor.
Yeah, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know, it looks like it could just start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Ooh boy.
So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum?
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. What? Where? Looks like a piece of broken... Ooh. Oh. Quite a big piece, too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase the strength?
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket?
It makes sense. It makes you think, doesn't it? Piece of broken glass. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? But if it was the professor guy, right? That was, I guess, the body double. I don't know, it doesn't make any sense because he wouldn't look exactly the same as, what's his Ass Man, right? Unless, I don't know, unless they do kind of look similar or something, apparently. Okay, I guess the other thing I've noticed. Oh, well, there's this owl. Another thing is this guy, right?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
It's a spade. Perhaps we should investigate it in a little more detail. Can we see his face? That. Can't see his face? Come on, man. Isn't that the whole point? That we see his face? Oh, is that a monocle? Is that a monocle? Is that a monocle? Is that a monocle? I see a monocle. Oh my god. I can't see his face very well, can you?
Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry.
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle!
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yes. It's Enoch Drebber!
The color of his hair is different, but... it's unmistakably him.
Indeed it is. Hi, Mr. Sholmes. So glad of you to join us back here. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? Come on, Sholmes, tell us, please. You've held back so many secrets. And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe, but I must locate the missing head toward this suite, as Madame would say, so, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh.
Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays on the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Oh yeah, this is like him rising out of the dead. And indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in other exhibits are believable. But this one... this surely couldn't have ever really happened, could it?
Oh, I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Oh boy! We can finally know! The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Is that what the Hound of the Baskervilles is about then? Well, of course it has to be. Come on, man. Oh my god. So that's how it's all connected. Okay. I don't know what Baskervilles plays into it though. But that makes sense. That okay. I see. Wild. Alright.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his fifth victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand?
Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public.
Oh.
Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in the grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh,
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
The fuck?
Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into a moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness, and not But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. And not Trevor. You saw it happen?
That's so weird. How the... What? But what? How? How? What? Was he just seeing things? I don't understand at all. Young witness. So this waxwork model of Enoch Trevor.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. So witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he's about 20 years old.
that's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Wow. Yeah, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white.
For the following days, the story of what he's seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yeah, with a shovel, no less. Yeah, what was he up to? Following the execution.
The Professor Acts of Terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
Yeah, I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing in it?
Why? Simply because there is no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes.
And then he dyed his hair white at home, and he keeps up the dye every year?
Yeah. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that's really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Can I show you the picture again? Mr. Sholmes, could you look at this photograph again? Oh, I see. So that's it. What? Have you worked something out? There is indeed one deduction to be made from this photograph, yes. Each time you show it to me, it will cost you 5 shillings. Oh my god. Otherwise, I have nothing to add. Wonderful. And nothing for me to take away either. Is there something we're missing? Here, armband. Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, a threepence per item as a consultation fee? That's 2 hours of gas, that is. Well, what else can we show? Here, a broken piece of glass. Oh no. Are we missing anything? Do we move? I don't know. I feel like there's still stuff we need to talk about, right? Yeah, okay. Maybe I need to look at something more. Oh.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in white overcoat. He has... Oh wait, this is the same. Oh, maybe we have to look at him more, because I just went to his face immediately. Okay. Camera? What's this here?
Well, it would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as
Exceptions to the rule.
But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Oh, we can take it?
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? I'm so glad we know Iris. Okay. Whoa. No, I need to look at the camera.
Ah!
Gina!
What in the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gotten done?
Gina, what are you doing here? Oh, no, not the gun.
I asked Iris and she said this is where y'all be, so... Gina! Not so loud in the museum!
Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found the Dodgy Toes workshop.
What? You found Trevor's workshop?
Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there.
Aw, Gina! You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? His eyes are gone. I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shrink my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense for, and Iris's dinner plate will be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Toto. You're too good to me. Right, let's go. Oh my god. 23rd October. Enoch Drebber's workshop.
That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
Indeed, it would appear so. Although, only a prototype, naturally.
Ah! So, you got here then? Gina! Well done finding this place. And in such little time, you really worked miracles! It's Toby here who's the miracle worker.
Woof. Oh. Are you okay, Gregson? Gregson, your eyes are, Oh, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Hey, he could have, like, sprinkled lemon juice on it.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris without debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Even though one of them is a lawyer himself. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. With no eyes. Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. There's Gregson. Okay. I guess we'll look at the thing in the middle.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government.
You're already there. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception can be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Thought I'd been bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. Oh man. Ladder! Ladder! We can't talk about ladders and step ladders! This isn't an Ace Attorney game at all. Okay, what about this, plane? That we don't recognize because planes have not been invented. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo.
Never mind, they are there.
One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So, to you, the solution is even taller towers?
Yes, a zip line. From Britain to Japan, that's how we'll travel. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, it's interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Ryunosuke, no. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulder a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist would wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Strebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tight shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Science true for you. Okay. Okay, oh, I guess Gregson we can't talk to. Or we've already done our investigating there. What is this red thing? This is... Oh wait, it's arrows! Oh shit. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose...
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of this whole scam. Woo! Oh yeah, the red confused me. Anything else here? Oh, the door. Okay. Oh, and there's also an area above too. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. Oh, with permission, Inspector. Could I have that lock? I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Wait, Gregson's face. Oh my god. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Oh,
Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato?
well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby?
Woof woof. Right, mind the grease! Oh god, oh god, oh god! Oh wait, no, that was Gregson. I thought someone was making more noise. Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard! He's running away.
my, someone is in there!
Oh, this rotten, bleeding lock! My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There! You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. That was really fast. Time is of the essence, I feel. Well, what are we waiting for? I haven't looked at the upper level yet, though I guess it's not really much. Nothing forwards, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes, action. It's okay, we got a sword. Oh god. Wait, a bomb? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Oh shit, you're right. What the hell? Wait. Not everything's upside down, but a majority of things are upside down. What the fuck?
Rats! There ain't no one here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
It's true, and it's not like there's an exit here. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door to this room.
So he must still be in here, right? And there are windows that can afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. There are footprints though on the. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! What have we had here then? There they go. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
Oh, for the machine. Or the scam machine. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd be no need to walk about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see it, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. I'm more worried about the bomb in the middle of the room.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
He's looking at the bomb. Okay, alright, let's start everywhere else other than the bomb then. There's no denying it, is there? There are footprints.
Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there.
Isn't there a Suzuto shoot-up or something? Like a Suzuto takedown, I mean.
I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto.
That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. There's also the safe. As I was thinking, because we heard like the thunk 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 and a like door opening and a slam, right? So you probably hid inside something. So maybe the safe? I don't know. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon.
I think it's probably staying aloft in the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas.
A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Anything else here? Bookcases? No? Okay, the safe.
It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could probably just steal the entire thing, I suppose.
It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose.
I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important.
Also, wouldn't that be heavy as fuck to, like, take this thing with you? Okay, yeah, this Sholmes and the bomb. Oh, this?
Almost every piece of furniture is upside down.
Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess.
You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down.
But why?
That indeed is the question, my dear fellow. Okay, I think that's it. Alright, let's look at the bomb, unless Sherlock and the bomb is connected. Oh, I guess they're connected. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigar. Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? Wrapped in a large watch. Yeah. Okay.
That's a surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? Did you say
A time bomb?
Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly?
It.
You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Truly, you are quite the sheltered fellow.
Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what that is either, have you, Gina? Come on, Gina, you don't even know how to read. I don't want to hear that from you. I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
Oh, I see. So that's it. Huh?
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Tripper himself. Okay, well, yeah, that's fair.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without a question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Wow, no chill. Gregson. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby declare this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yay! It's been a while since we did one of these. flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed. There's a name. Wait, the safe's code is on the back of a chair? No way. No way. There's no way it would be that easy. What? Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Indeed, the key here. It's gravity. Oh, that's so cool. Wow, that's where all the budget went, I see. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of the bed. Anti-gravity. Really, Sholmes? Really? Because gravity was reversed. Missing engineer. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes.
Oh yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us innately to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room. Excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah.
Oh my god. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was considered with nowhere else to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. escaped via the skylight. Okay. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Gregson. Gina's not paying attention at all. Susato, please. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing else! You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? Sorry, I need to drink water. I would say with the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Then why'd you base your whole argument on that? But your whole deduction hinges on it! You're right. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yeah, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. I forgot she actually has voice lines for objection because she played a lawyer. Susato, please dress up again. It was so good. Oh, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was! In lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find due ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Ignat Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume! Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Okay, it's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item out in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is the gravity. Ooh, the cool scene again. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Gravity in the room was reversed, then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
Inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in whole business.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it. It was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
while refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. What is this? Oh, there's an upright vase. Well, that explains some things. Inverted furniture, inverted furniture. I guess that's all we can look at. What's that? Large safe? No. Okay. It's probably this, right? Well, well! I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Oh, look at that!
I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple any moment. The flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? Ryunosuke, please.
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deep impression on me.
Okay.
Take that!
Ta-da! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business, which was no part at all. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. Unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. This is a funny image.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know that this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. It's to find the safe number, right? Anti-gravity device. Coal burning heater. Aha! There it is. There's nothing else. Safe combination.
Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Oop. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, didn't you not? Yeah, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noticed the ticket number down... what?
and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case.
That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart, they always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would have been more sensible, I think.
And what pray happened? Oh, and what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it! For people who are forgetful souls at heart, they always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always know things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know?
But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped a ticket into.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my point now. Oh my god. Which is that a very similar scenario has certainly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to this safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry, to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Yeah! To find the safe combination! Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how it is possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling. A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Okay.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did the footprints get there?
Yeah, I feel as though that part of the mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those
something days where gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those something days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we simply must put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. The balloon. Oh, what the? More footprints. Shoe? It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up here, look.
Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Is it this? What? Throwing shoes at this? What? Why? Oh, to trick people? Maybe?
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skyline at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose?
Oh, to get the balloon down? A green balloon! That seems somewhat familiar data.
Oh! It was a piece of green. Oh wait, it was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis this depiction.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day. Oh, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it.
something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sealing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the rope?
Mrs. Shelms has managed to bring that deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Oh yeah, the crossbow?
Take that!
Yeah! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
In all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So we're gonna shoot it down? So, shall we? Your curiosity deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside the balloon? Bam! What the? Oh, wow. Waxwork? Wait, is this Professor? Why is he wearing a thing? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Oh, okay. Actually, that makes more sense. Because they did say that the professor was like they never revealed the identity of the guy, right? So, like, they kept it, yeah. So it'd be strange for, you know, for him to have a waxwork with a face, you know? Because, like, if its identity is supposed to be unknown to the public, then the whole waxwork thing defeats the purpose. Damn. Damn, now I really want to know what he looks like, though.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean? Oh goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. Well, I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes.
But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for sealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans tete, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Sorry, my mouth. Are we gonna go back? Oh, we're going back! Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in this room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this abduction. Notch Trevor is right here, somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Trevor's hiding place must be the... Ooh. Well, it must be the safe, right? Oh. Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes, hands and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Oh, can we read them though? They were in the safe, right?
Take that!
So that must be important.
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here.
Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe.
And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for a combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebbe is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great detection of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Woo! Inside the safe! So, are we gonna open it? Oh god. I'm scared he's gonna pop up and scare us. Elementary! So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was
432-582.
Oh, I knew that! Alright then, here goes. Oh god. Oh no. Oh! There he is. Well, he is very lanky. You found me. Oh my god, he has a prosthetic hand? Oh. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebbe, I presume? Oh wow, he is very tall. Is he a robot? Oh my god. Also, like, the hand is extremely cool. Like, it's really cool. The way it moves too is cool. Anyway. Oh damn. I'm running out of voices, man. There are too many people.
Correct.
You better start looking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain into that with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Oh my god. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Oh shit. Wait, so it is real?
Your parcel?
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Oh, maybe he can speak like a robot. Ah! Ha 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 ha. I see. Stunned silence. Oh god, that's a scary smile. You all gearing up to die with me, then? No!
Mr. Sholmes,
With only 7 seconds to spare. Oh god.
Oh, okay. No, they already finished deactivating it. I thought they were going to start deactivating it, and then there was only 7 seconds to do so. Oh my god. That was too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mrs. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Oh, I want to push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god, this guy is so... Oh god, I don't know how to feel. His eye is freaking me out, that's what it... Hey, look at my badge. It might surprise you to learn I'm actually a lawyer from the Empire of Japan. I know, it's crazy, but... I detest lawyers. Oh. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to grind down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. Any chance 2 negatives make a positive? Okay, just kidding. Shouldn't have shown you that. What happened here? What on earth happened in here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further.
Screw you down? I mean...
Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Dripper.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
What, whistling?
Oh, that would have been me.
Oh,
For some reason, I woke in fine fellow today.
Gregson. No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
We also found a rope over by the wall.
Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope is too short. So, I then sent another searching for the combination code to open the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon on the rafters.
And after that, you hid yourself inside a safe? Having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe?
It's bomb-proof.
It's no ordinary safe. It's specifically designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Har 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 har.
Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely.
Yeah, there is a... Okay.
The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah,
I calculated the time required for the retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. Put your seemingly endless discourse in here through a spanner in the works.
Gregson. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face? Perhaps the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection after all. Ooh. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished.
We can explain. Please don't fire Gregson.
You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Of course you know her. Damn it, Sherlock.
Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You... Get out!
But of course, we will show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? It appears our delightful, entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes... Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Huh? Something giving you a chuckle? Has it? Dribber? Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
What are you...
Don't tell me.
That one? Yeah, you mean...
Oh god. Oh god, seriously? Oh no, it's on the thing. Damn it, I should have investigated it. I forgot to check upstairs. Oh fuck. Oh wait, no, it's not on the thing. It's at the Crystal Tower. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, come on. Like, this guy's guilty as fuck. Like, do we even need to prove his like, what? It was an hour. I was gonna say proof is innocent. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Oh my god. My god! I need to know! I need to know! Okay, save. Save and continue going. Now I do not have Wi-Fi to worry about. I can continue to whenever I want. Of course, it will be a real hassle to upload later, but hey, whatever. 24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto.
Hairbrain. You cannot believe what happened yesterday.
Oh, I know about it.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
No. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to live. Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. The music fades back in. Oh my god. Now, Professor, we really need to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realized it was a mistake, but
My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? The music playing again. Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Congrats, Sholmes, you woke up at like a normal human time. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry? I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree!
Well, if I must agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her first full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my god.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
What is it with scientists and tea? Is there something... Or was it just a British?
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in. Oh. Hi. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow! What a grim expression at this delightfully early hour. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps... perhaps because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Dear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? What? I don't know!
Poor Professor. And I'm running out of raspy British voices.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
Oh, what paperwork?
Oh, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I had a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Killed 5 members of their aristocracy.
He was found guilty in the Kroll's trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps, and he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
Wouldn't it just be like he was hanged? Like what? What is there to autopsy if you killed the guy? You know what? I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot in the yard, we're just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
Aw. Man, I hope Gregson doesn't suffer too many repercussions. No. Gumshoe's ancestor. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, we have the head in here. Cool. Oh wait, that means we can inspect it. Or not. I guess there's nothing to note except it's just a head. Is this? Nope. It's supposed to be locked up, but... Oh wait, I guess there is a lock. Oh wait, here it is. Just kidding. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? I mean, just a keyhole. How tough can it be? There's nothing, no way you can remove the mask yourself if it was put on you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Oh wait, so is this how he attended the trial then? With this giant thing on his face?
well, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry. Wait, so... Okay, I'm confused. So... Basically, nobody knows the professor's face, right? So, during the trial, he wore this thing, I'm guessing, in order to protect his identity. But if Madame Toussaint made, like, a wax statue of it... Because, what's his face? Deborah? Deborah was saying, like, oh yeah, if I remove the mask, then his identity is revealed, etc. But, like, Madame Toussaint couldn't have known, or Toussaint, to spell, Madame Toussaint couldn't have known that, like, you know, what his face actually looked like. Because she's just a member of the public. Well, whatever. Condemned prisoner. Oh, redacted for confidentiality. Student the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Wow, you went through all that. You went through all that, Gregson, to just get 5 lines of text. Amazing. Truly amazing. And it tells us nothing that we did not know. He was hanged, and he was hanged. Okay. What? What? Okay, whatever. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay this all to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
So weird that they're also calling him Professor. And this guy's also a professor. Oh, she's here. 39. Understandable. Scotland Yard coroner, leader of the forensic team, one of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies. Enoch Trevor. 35. I see. So when the incident happened, most of the guys involved, other than Gregson, I guess. Was Gregson even involved? I guess he was probably there. Or like in their 20s then. Okay, cool. I'm just relieved to be like, oh yeah, it's not like, you know, 18-year-old Sherlock Holmes or some crazy thing like that, because sometimes they would pull that shit. Trickster who seems to be both an engineer and a magician. He constructed a machine for Professor Harebrain's demonstration. Okay, cool. Anyway.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he?
Trevor.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel and the defendant. The trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
Okay, here we go. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, this strange foreboding. As if something's gonna happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Hell yeah. Also, not Kazuma's gonna be there too. So, oh boy. It's all coming together. 24th of October. 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, there he is in his all his mask glory. Wait, is he the leading prosecution? Because he's standing in the spotlight for leading prosecution, isn't he? Oh, whatever.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We've resumed the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
Oh man. Wait. Wait. Where he's standing right now, if Van Zieks was to throw his challenge, wouldn't it hit his face? Oh my god, imagine if that happens. It's like, oh, I'm so angry. He takes his bottle, smacks it on his head. Oh my god. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh, I forgot to say Van Ziek's line. Whatever, it's fine, it's the same. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss, and who's very familiar.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks,
Yes, my lord?
there appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh, that's why it had a cork. I was wondering. I was like, is he gonna try to pour wine from the corked bottle? That doesn't make any sense. Oh. Wild. Okay. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. He runs out of bottles. It's like, assistant, please go get me more. He runs off and comes out with another 3.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so very hard. I just want to go over and rip his mask off.
So please calm yourself.
It would appear that the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand that you successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in the courtroom today.
Random.
Are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It's against the magician's code, not mentioned in law.
Anything scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have listened to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it. It's it.
Wasn't like this, my day. Wasn't like this at all.
Cool. Glad we have a great cast of jury members. They're surprisingly because the woman, right? And well, there's also what's his face, the forensics guy, and the head of the jury. They all look like very upper class people, you know. Maybe that will play into the role somehow in the rest of this trial. The whole nobility or aristocracy thing. Anyway, yes, a completely random cast of people, of course.
If all parties, I forgot his voice. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Oh my god. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was what?
An explosion? This is an outrage!
His hat blew off.
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Ah, okay. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
That and Notch Trevor.
The court will take this print into as evidence, counsel.
That's the thing. Okay, so I still don't quite get what's the point of like the satellite innator Doofenshmirtz thing that it has at the very top, because from my understanding that it doesn't actually do anything, you know, because the whole trick is that he goes through the floor, he disappears through the floor and then reappears in the balloon because of like body doubles and stuff, right? So like the top part, it doesn't even matter, it's just for show, right? So who would care if it blew up? And now we can see that the floor is like open, so well, I don't know. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Huh? How would it be different? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused the loss of control.
Objection.
What? As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Streber, and the victim himself, Mr. Audi Asman. So, what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Hell yeah, tell him, Yunosuke, you're so cool, Yunosuke.
Thank you, counsel. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Streber, to the stand. Oh boy, here he is. Oh boy. I like the plus and minuses on each side of his jacket, actually. That's a cool detail. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Streber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black moniker? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too! I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts on the machine, I'm sure. Oh my god. Sorry. No, I'm not tired.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
Oh boy. We're gonna start at the very tip beginning and breaking this down. Oh, I love it here.
What?
Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But you're the one who blew it up.
But we've already established that machine was nothing but more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
Ah. You've established You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. Sorry, I gotta move around because I've been sitting like this for a while. Okay.
But...
We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. Witness testimony. Oh boy.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage above their heads, then crashed headfirst into the Crystal Tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow?
So I'm starting to think that the body double is a wax statue. Because there's no evidence that suggests it, other than metagaming saying that, oh, because we investigated the wax museum, must be, right? Or actually, maybe it was. He did take the head off, right? But whatever. Okay. A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. This deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Assman had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
I think his voice is too feminine, but I can't go any lower, man.
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that But my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy with a young talent in science there.
Oh right, we haven't looked at that trophy. Yes, that's true, we spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
What? Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
An unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the science?
Oh boy.
Counsel for the French? Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Oh god. Cross-examination. Okay, hold on. Let me actually, before this starts, I kind of want to look at the... Oh, there's that, these things. Okay. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Anything on the bottom? Oh, nothing on the bottom. Can we open this? Oh, I guess not. Okay, it's just a trophy. Just kidding. Oh, what about the camera? Oh, right! She was like, oh yeah, we need to take out the lens to see what he saw! Duh, okay. Oh.
What a wonderful machine!
You really love is that blood? You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes! Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible. Surely? Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. Yeah, this is blood, isn't it?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh, why?
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Hahaha. Okay. Other than this, there's also back here.
Look, the cover came open. Yes, now.
Oh, that was Ryunosuke.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see?
But it's not there. Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
What a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never have found a photographic print in the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yeah, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Okay, but the fuck is this then? The blood. Bruh. We can also examine the piece of thick glass. Actually, like, from here, it kind of looks like ice. Hmm? Oh, the thickness? This piece of glass is almost as thick as it's wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. Oh my god!
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as well as you know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely?
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure.
Yep, that's it. Okay, cool. Everything else we've stared at. Okay, cool. Anyway.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction.
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Assman himself?
Not really by chance. I've seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine.
A lot of his text seems to be highlighted in orange. Like every 2 words.
As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
Yeah, like every 2 words. There's always orange text. Oh my god. So why didn't Mr. Asman approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Let's see how long this holds. Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge, but the point is all I did was construct that machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
How many orange texts is he gonna have? Provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications, it was no trouble.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along.
But your implication is?
That I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come.
So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of the device either. Not a shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double, right?
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but
The thread of hope hasn't quite left me.
the demonstration could have been a trick, but if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, nothing.
Just that idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Oh, the spectator saw the birdcage appear, all blah 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 blah.
It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
Oh, what a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yeah, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver belonging to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae. Oh, he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Wow, you're doing the bare minimum. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Oh, we don't? What the fuck? Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. Damn, I thought we did! Okay, well that changes a lot. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken,
It's always said he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny. I mean, or he could have been, you know, tripped because of a cat and then hit his head on the bedpost.
A terrible accident, I grant you, perhaps the signs and
Hold it!
machines.
Yeah. So you understand the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
I mean, he's not wrong. Shit. A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. I spent 40 days teaching you stuff.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's gonna be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we would have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Assman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work. They won't let them get away with it. And seeing the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zieg's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's maybe the wax statue then. Let me safety save just in case. But I'm I'm pretty sure.
Objection!
Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. Just killy doing. Just killy doing. I was just joking. Okay. Body double. Body double, body double, body double. It has to be this statement, right? Oh, it's him. I don't think it's this. Blueprints in a constructed machine. There's no trick. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I just wanted to check it. No, I didn't want to actually do it.
Oh my god, the judge is ruthless. I wouldn't be back to give court an answer about 4 months though.
Rest assured, we shall be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel.
Damn. Ouch. He sounds serious. I had to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. Is that what happens when you game over? You go back to Japan? Oh, okay. Science in which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Saw the birdcage appear above their heads and the crash had first. What was I wanted to check again? I forgot. Oh, right, this thing. Hmm. God, I'm so confused. I don't know. Alright. I'll just start blasting wild theories then. So, I think I also presented the glass. Did I present the glass here? Or did I not? Only one way to find out. Boop.
Objection.
Okay, just kidding. Okay. It was this one that was weird, right? It's a twin. No. Right, just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victims playing on my mind. Yeah. Gregson! No. It was Gregson! Oh my god. What? The lost cat. Nope. It has to be this one, right? I don't... Wait, what? What? What?
Objection!
Nope. I should really just pause this and try to figure it out and then resume the recording because this is really not fun to watch. I don't know, maybe some people like seeing other people struggle to not get the answer. I met this young professor approximately 1 year ago. His introduction, primary improvements, and then constructed a machine with this precise no trick. Damn it! Still that bit of red there, that's strange. Told show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I wanted to say that he had a wax body double, but... Oh, what if it's something like I had to examine something again? No way, right? Okay, I don't think so. What else is there? This I've also already examined. What? Oh man, what is it? I don't know. What? Confused. This is still bothering me. That one speck of red.
Objection!
Whoa. Oh wait, I didn't want to take a screenshot. No, 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 not auto. No. I will not game over. I will not game over. Fools. I am back and stronger than ever. Actually, not at all. I still have no idea.
Objection!
Wow, I can't believe it's not it. What? Okay, it has to be the body double thing line, right? So, okay, wait, so that's fine. Program blueprints, I constructed the machine to specifications, no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me the victim had a twin. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into Crystal Tower. That is probably fine. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Maybe it's this line? Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. What? Okay, hold on. This designs on the machine was built was flawed somehow. What? What? Hmm. I don't know.
Objection.
What? I'm so confused.
Hold it!
Yeah, he's saying that basically he has no idea what the machine does. He has too much highlighted orange text. I have no idea. He's not very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and Madison. So, it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, right? So we have to show that it's a trick. It's a stage trick. So it's this one, right? It's gotta be this one. It's gotta be this statement. But what the hecky evidence? Oh, come on, they look nothing alike. Alright, I guess we'll go through being stupid.
Objection.
We'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, it says the corner is Courtney's sit.
Objection.
I don't know. I don't know. Mom, I'm confused, Mom. There's something in my eye. I guess the statements for getting it wrong is just like random. Okay, it can't be this. Where the fuck is Courtney Stevens? The science trophy, that was the twin. Of course. Oh my god, I want to try every piece of evidence, but I'm like, no, come on, it's way too stupid to do that. You can do it. You can figure it out with your brain. I'm trying to convince myself that I can figure it out, but... maybe I will make a pause, because this is getting kind of boring to watch, I bet. So I cracked, and I looked online for the answer. And apparently... Let me just reload my save. Apparently, it's because, okay, so it's not this line, it's actually this. Saying all the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. But instead he's saying that it's not headfirst that it crashed. It crashed bottom first, right? Since this is the base. Oh my god. Man, dude, come on, I can't, like, what? Okay, alright.
Objection!
I knew that all along! We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. Oh. All the breakage in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. Oh, what are you saying? He does just have random highlighted text always. So confusing. That's the opposite of where they should be. I lost my voice for a second. Yes, that's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Why was only the first part of your gah highlighted in orange?
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to the balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, and at an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae actually. He wasn't by for long.
I find it hard to see what's so motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're gonna establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah yes, and there's one more point that the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Trimber, do you want to amend your testimony with details of this truth?
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
Ugh, I nearly had him there. The fuck? The robot dance.
Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
The fuck? What? Because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from? What?
Hold it!
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on the experimental stage. Experimentation stage, that's true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
Oh, I see. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore a total distance. Therefore, the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo.
Oh no, he uses the word ergo.
The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A tragic scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. Okay. Oh wait, where was that? Here. Haha. Oh, see, I get this one. Continues moving. God, this guy's so freaky. I do not want to see whatever his freak out is if he decides to freak out. Surely. What? It's not right? It's not the picture? It's not the picture? Oh no, oh no, fuel, oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Couldn't have been like here. Is it not here? Is it not here? You're telling me this isn't it? Or did I not present the right thing? I feel like I did. What? Okay, well, let me, safety save. Oh, man. Wait, so it's not this picture. But that's what it's leading up to be, right? That it fell like under instead. Right? Or is it like
Objection!
Okay, so I had to take a peek online again because I wasn't about to spend another 30 minutes here, pondering, and apparently it's this diagram. You're supposed to be like, oh, you know, he could have fell through, like, on the stage part. Like, you pointed that out. And it's like, what, the photograph would have done the same thing. Come on, Ace Attorney. Like, I have the right idea, you know, but I'm just not presenting the right evidence. Even though, like, multiple evidence kind of point to the same idea. God, I hate it when that happens. Anyway. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Yes. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. For, you know, the international folks in the back up top. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you're referring on this same diagram.
The alternative location for which the birdcage could have possibly fallen. Okay. So, right here.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built in a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Poof. When the experiment got underway, the machine and birdcage were engulfed in steam. Yeah, that's how it was. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave away, and if we assume there is to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Huh. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there is not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. So take a moment to look at the photograph print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Wow, there is indeed a very big hole.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life, and lay the blame firmly on the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh. Grrr. Whoa.
Objection!
Yeah, cut it open, not Cosmo. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions... Oh. prosecution would like to crush the defendant's arguments slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Dripper had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. But I've already explained why he couldn't have needed to. What? Did we? The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The Forensic Investigations Team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ugh. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive. I have to think of everything myself. I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Assman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remuneration from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there is one important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Uh-oh. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Assman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Fuck, he makes a really good point. I have no idea. Oh no, I have a feeling we're gonna go into the jury. No.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Oh no, not the it's all over pose. Okay, wait, before you do the it's all over pose, I need to look at this contract. The investor, Mr. Audie Assman, hereby enters into contract with the provisioner, Mr. Enosh Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of super high voltage. Right, okay. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations. Mr. Drebber only holds his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Dr. Assman, E. Drebber. Oh! Wait. The card is gone. Okay, just kidding. But the signature does look the same. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one at the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that.
Ah,
So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
maybe it's not Drebber. I don't know, he's just so obvious of a killer. You know? But if it's not him, then who? You know?
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify on the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm a culprit.
Objection!
Hell yeah. Get him, Yunosuke. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Oh, get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Ooh, anger. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Ah, conspirator time.
Oh, someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Yup. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel? Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
I do have an idea. What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber has an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? He has to have an accomplice, because there really is no way that he could have moved the cage thing, right? Like, yeah. Like, what? Yeah. Yeah. I think so. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Some of the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Courtney Scythe. Yeah. Like, she could have lied about the fingerprints and everything. Which is a huge accusation. Like, oh my god, we're gonna get so many death glares from this woman. But it's gotta be, right? And like, and when she got to the scene too, where she was like, get out, like she was really adamant on us leaving. You know? Like perhaps because she and Drebber were working together, like that's why. She wanted people to leave so that she could talk to him alone or something like that. Talk about private matters. Okay.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely gonna make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in the courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. Yeah, if everyone goes against me, at least Susato is here. If no one got me, I know Susato got me.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel? Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney South.
What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of a forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy of the victim. We know there are 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensics investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could have only been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh boy. Oh, someone's sleeping.
Oh, you got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know that woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem?
Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim has been reported. Which means there is no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Aspen. See, this is what I wanted to prove in the testimony before, but they wouldn't let me because I was supposed to do the cage thing. Ugh, that's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person assigned each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Name someone, present evidence, nothing at the moment. Can I name someone? What if I name Madam 2 spells? Okay, hold on. Or maybe it's present evidence. I think it's present evidence, actually. Okay. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Aspen's body double.
Oh, good gracious. Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... I'm guessing that this can work, right?
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Aspen, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on the stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else.
what's been described as the body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is it in the courtroom? What the what? His eyes are closed. Oh my god, this is not... That's scary, man. That's scary. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponi's friend. That's race? Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke! This is the time to show your Japanese spirit! As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh no. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The professor
Objection!
started by indicating the leader of the forensics investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating the waxworks? But yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it can hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. The timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen this waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he can put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Whoa!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? Bro, Van Zeeks is like, wow, the jury system in British Court of Law is the most flawed thing on earth, right? And then he's the one who's like trying to appeal to the jury without any real facts. Oh my god, I'm gonna smack this. I mean, well, I guess real facts is there. But still, he's the one who's like trying to, you know, like, you know, like, I don't know what's the word for it. Like, convince them by addressing them. Yeah, what? Whatever. That witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Oh no, we're gonna do the thing, aren't we? Oh no, our slap wasn't there. We're totally gonna do the thing. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord? Oh no.
I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! 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 Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Her voice is really high. Wait, the chord. Oh my god. The jury really is the weirdest system. Like, the most unfair system, huh? Who knew there was someone who's gonna be more annoying than the judge when it came to verdicts? Because they're not even basing their decisions on like the actual case, you know, Mr. Hairbrain killing someone. They're like basing it because they don't like us.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen.
She'll get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
Defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you have decided that the defense is guilty. That the defendant is guilty of the crime in which he is charged.
Judicial findings. Hooray. Oh, we're starting this way?
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be accomplished to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that two. It's utter nonsense to think the two would ever be contriving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
What? I've had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them very much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this wax work was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without the right evidence? It's not proper job, is it? I won't have it.
I mean, at least there's nobody who's like, I just want to go home.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured, and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting that suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double. Yeah, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why no one else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Oh boy.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Oh wow, it's my favorite activity. Okay. Defense's rebuttal. Oh, sorry, that was not a yawn. Let me just check something before. Courtney Scythe. Courtney Stevens. Did she maybe get married and change her last name? I have a feeling that maybe it's the same person, right? I mean, how many Courtneys are there?
A lot! There's definitely a lot of Courtneys.
Okay, well, okay. Hello. I wonder if things seem to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust the coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right, about 10 years ago it was, when I was the youngest Bobby on the beat. That was when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner.
Please say her last name. If you say her last name, I'm gonna be, like... put my fists in the air.
Now look at her, head of forensics investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
A woman? Could you tell me without holding the gun in the air?
We were all to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. Okay, well, I guess not.
It's a notion to think the two would ever be contrivable.
Hold it!
Why is he reading the paper?
But we're only just starting to understand this case.
Bruh.
What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork man still has nothing to do with the coroner, is
Hold
it?
it!
Oh, why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in waxwork.
Romantic? You have some weird, meet-cute ideas.
I read all about it on AO3. A woman of society such as myself feels everything in terms of relationships, you know?
Well, you learn something new every day, even though you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yeah, I agree. As soon as we have a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay, cool.
I've had my own problems with members of the police, so I do not trust them very much.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magics and pox on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Oh.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Automobile?
Who are you calling mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Schultz. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day. Oh my god. Back in the good old days. It was like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens, put her name into it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eyes.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Oh, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you can change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Yeah, okay.
She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even then.
Coolio, coolio, coolio.
Objection!
Haha! Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Oh, good gracious. To whose statements do you fear, Control?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. Yeah, walking Ryosuke. Let's go. Wait a second. He looks really short compared to, like, the fence and... Oh wait, no, because they're on, like, staircases. Like there's stairs down. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Wow. We love an intricate design. Okay, anyway. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The fence has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the bench can't overlook that rash remark. Oh, the court can't overlook that rash remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as Professor. Here we go.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It's, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The professors? But that man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens!
Oh, strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drummer very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Strebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Oh, she's a fanfic reader for sure.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging on the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this back in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Yay!
It's a professor, that's what links the frightful swindler in the corner.
Okay. We did press this guy. But I guess we can press him again and get the rest of his statement before he was interrupted.
But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor.
Well, that's definitely not right.
Yes, this is why I say if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in Illusionary Spectacular. The idea is so wild, I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion.
This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yeah, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how policemen feel listening to the way Jerry speaks about this one. Yeah, I'm sure you have a word to say into it, okay. You're like, you missed the thing, buddy.
I've seen no evidence prove that this waxwork is okay.
Hold it!
It's conjecture.
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
Yeah.
Thought I did, but there's no more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst the explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're trying to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing from a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind can be changed if we manage to present some suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Wait, yeah I do! I have evidence! Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? Well, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
Oh, shut the fuck. Your outfit is also black. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I love being the same person. Okay. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork is... Okay, namely... this.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? They would say usually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Whoa, holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of this great expedition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From whence that small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that
now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come to it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4. You will amend your statement now, please.
Presence of the piece of glass leaves little doubt that wax will continue signs.
Well, change your stance, bitch! Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your awards are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
What?
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists, honestly?
Accusing someone without right evidence, it's not proper job, is it? I won't have it.
I've gotta ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb. Colonel Cobb has been growing back on the farm. Pickle him off on me way into town. He's a proper nibbler as he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial?
Ew, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm some mat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out.
Oh, what the fuck?
Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home.
So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. My tum's already full already.
Amazing. Come on, Yunosuke, really? I know it seems a little far-fetched to think the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst reading rice cracker, If you can read a book whilst eating rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right, yes. Your bar for me is exceptionally low. Okay, wait, am I supposed to pit statements? Maybe these two? I got 4 points to lose. Oh, hey! Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, whose statements do you prefer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting next to you.
Ew, is that right?
Were you not paying attention? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Oh my god. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here,
Please do, sir.
now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Yay!
Well, me too then.
Oh, sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb for anyone who's got stuffing between the ears.
Stuffing between the ears? What? I don't get it, but yay! Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. According to the court. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach the consensus at the time, and the trial must continue.
We did it!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
Yeah, let's go!
A waxwork of a despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim, is quite an extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe that assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
Well, I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve further into alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangement for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Are we not getting Dr. Scythe? Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're not on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Or that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Hooray!
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels. Yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Damn, I really thought we were gonna get Dr. Scythe. I guess not. Dr. Scythe is too important. Okay, well now the recording is 8 hours long. But if I stop here, you know, it's just not right. It's just not right. Let's just keep going. October, 24th October, 11:53 a.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh hey!
Ah, the knight earned himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Jones?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Yeah, why is he called a professor? Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at my door, or knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Oh, an extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular matter?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Oh, fuck, she's here. Oh god. Dr. Scythe! Oh, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Near Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. In what particular, pray? What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
Policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
What?
Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Oh. Okay, bye. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth. What? You perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth? Don't let it get you out of sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you must understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Sholmes caramel? I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. The confusion, it continues.
It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Oh boy. 24th of October. 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I wonder if we'll get to the 31st of October. And then we had a Halloween special. That would be fun. I mean, the graveyard fits. And the whole, you know, every case is a murder case fits. Anyway.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene I forgot voice. I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. As for defense and prosecution, are you ready to be able to continue? Are you ready to anyway?
Prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the false fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork is currently involved in this matter. Lord Van Ziekst?
My lord?
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Oh boy. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. What? Sherlock! Wait, hold on, why is his head so big? Or did I not see it correctly? State your name and occupation for the court, please. Yeah, why is it so big?
My name is...
Oh no, I can't do it.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the properties of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
My, what expression is she carving into that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui,
I'm sorry.
oui, that is true. At first, we believed they had been kidnapped.
Oh, waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money. No, that's not right. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that is not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim in the case in question, Mr. Audi Assman.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my Odysseus I can say words. Exhibit. I detest to say that is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the visage of the professor?
I have the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath the mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
Yeah. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of Towery exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Well, dommage. I don't know what that word means. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles.
What principles?
The family of the two spells always prided themselves in sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et viola, art principles. There is a well-known legend about the two spells' waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subject.
There be a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Wait, the true visage of the killer is there?
But this is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, that it would be beneficial to hear from your affirmative testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Witness testimony.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Spell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that he would be discovered, or that I would be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do it?
So you truly saw it. The face of the monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But the two spells cannot be two spells if we do not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene, in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here is a newspaper from the time.
Oh wow.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
Oh wow, it's signed Dr. Asmund on the bottom. Wait, what? It's signed Dr. Asmund on the bottom? Dr. Asmund, a artist? The fuck? Mad Sheep Rampage? Charles Darwin? The Great Stink. Parliament finally follow issue. Wild. Okay. Man rise from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from an exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hadn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Sorry, that was not a yawn. Special exhibit in House of Horrors based on a rumor that shocked society in London. And that rumor would be?
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Alright, I knew just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it wouldn't be anything else. Yes, that story would never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
Oh.
It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The intern professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him, but an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder.
What the fuck?
The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran off for his life.
A gunshot? The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But it was just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, may I say something? Please go ahead, Mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Oh, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after this criminal, known as the professor, was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you... See, man,
first dead.
Oh, I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Man, I'm so confused. So confused and disturbed and confused and disturbed. Oh man. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxworking museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me.
I don't know how to say that. No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. I thought he was gonna say hardened wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star, the special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression of from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of the dispels. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold from the head in the cemetery just before.
Hold it!
Yeah. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietors of this repository novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record this history. It is the I don't know how to say this, of the Dispels Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, we must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum, if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
Okay, alright. I love being confused. I hid myself in Tokyo Faith Signal. I was there for a really long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I have some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Information I did not need to hear. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wriggly mortis?
It's a name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the bodies begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the Madame Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the course just heard from managers. I guess it's significant? The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see?
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
You're very funny, Susato. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Madam, please amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay.
Hold it!
Oh, my shoulders kind of hurt. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, sis.
No.
Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I can ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But then I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax. The morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extreme length for your works, madam.
I wonder, is what she said particularly significant? I guess? Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Parliament your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord.
Okay. Half hour before sunrise. Is there a time on here? I think there's only a date. Oh wait, but at midnight. Oh. Hey yo.
Objection!
Just kidding. Just kidding. The fuck? Oh my god. None of the things I'm thinking are working in this case. The fuck? I'm gonna save. Safety. So if it's not that, it has to be the autopsy report though, right? Because it says it's at midnight.
Objection!
Oh, there we go. Madam Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that the problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Wait? What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponi's friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
She changed into a British woman. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it's quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Oh, no. If the professor did indeed die at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Wait, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Oh, she has a braid? I didn't realize.
Order, order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate the members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck!
Extraordinary.
Not in my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Objection!
There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggested happened that night. Oh boy, I'm confused.
Counsel, present evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened that night on the procession.
Okay, we gotta save, because I'm so Wait, what do you mean what really happened that night during his execution? Okay, so it's not the thing about the resurrection, right? Because that happened like some days after, right? Right? I'm a screwdriver. My badge. The newspaper?
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly on this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. Ow, my shoulder. Okay.
Oh, my word, yes indeed.
Oh, I don't know how to say those words. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, that was 10 years ago now. There surely would be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Bro, he's right here. On the contrary, my lord, we all know the witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified a person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of the staggering scene in the cemetery 10 years ago?
Oh, here he is. Enoch Trevor.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Trevor. Oh, Trevor.
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the two, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man was a 10-year younger Minister Enoch Trevor.
Order. Surely not, counsel.
Trevor was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
That is all this talk about Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
Oh, none. But does that mean...
Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name, and not Trevor.
Yes, I knew it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus.
The Daily Circus.
This is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown to the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article.
Oh, goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of a student's dorms.
Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
Oh, I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name in the document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber, I mean. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. So it was kind of like silent blackmail, you know? Like Mr. Drebber knew that the guy was still alive. He knew that the report, that the 10-year-old report was wrong, right? Because he saw the dude alive or something like that. And then kind of used that as like against her. It's like, oh, I can tell everyone that you lied in your thing. Oh. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in proceedings. Is that not the case?
Oh boy, Lord Strongheart's gonna be real angry at us.
She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart had forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you are warned about is the professor's case. But please do not make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. Ooh. Prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Oh.
But Lord Van Zeek's, the missive was issued by the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The signed prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yeah. Let Enoch Trevor and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Oh boy.
Order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Trevor and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Oh, they're here! And she's still there, carving Shams. Thank you for your attendance in such notice, Dr. Scythe. Or in such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks.
Hold on. There we go.
You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Trevor? You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to the newspaper's reports at the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Trevor, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Trevor, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in the Lowgate Cemetery. Oh boy.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in two spells, I mean.
Still, he's not going to claim that that's what he really saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? He made too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Oh boy. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. Okay.
So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish. Oh gosh. Okay. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted him out of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Okay, so I think that's probably his motive, right? For killing Assman. Because the newspaper article looked like it was done by Assman. Or at least he was kind of... Because his name is signed there, so it must have something to do with him. So he was probably responsible for the publishing of that article. And subsequently kind of ruining his life. Because his story was so crazy. Right? But other articles didn't actually name him. That was the one that actually named him. Anyway. Oh, wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. But so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. Ugh.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Dripper and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have seen the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. Oh, he's just gonna say it. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of Berkeley Prison. So among students in the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particular unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposes.
That is quite beyond my pale. You invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Oh yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done.
Yeah, he deliberately avoided saying the name, actually. I see you, Trevor.
Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, the counsel for the defense. You may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in the Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for moonlighting.
By moonlighting you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital?
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
An aspiring scientist? As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's all we had told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. Okay. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrain said that exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason.
But I never expected it to end the way it did.
That I regret to this day. Okay. Yes, the illusion in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Oh, not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know? I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So, you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reporters from gossip rags that got the press that came to get my story. And it spread like a plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally.
Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description he drew this illustration?
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters won't to stoop. Sorry. Newspaper reporters are wont to stoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illusion is accurate then.
Well,
thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though. What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university to be haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I seen in my mind's eye.
After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you'd have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto.
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Oh, I know now. It's the camera from the scene. soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who was
Hold it!
remarks. Okay. That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely, I must say. I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I've been by the name published in the article, and I found the man.
Yes, the daily article in the daily, or the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day.
Huh? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam?
His camera.
Oh.
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after the night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It would seem then that this is the very camera that Mr. Drebber took with him to locate cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. Interesting. Hey, okay. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever you're talking about. I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What? What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose the secret of Dr. Scythe's past that she would definitely want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now. Then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. But the proof he really did see it. Proof he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly!
Okay. Oh boy. Okay, it's this one. This better be right. I swear to God. I swear.
Objection!
What? Do I have to examine the camera again? Is this why? Hold on. No way, it has to be the camera. Come on. They even made a point to talk about it. What a wonderful machine. Okay, yeah. Oh no, but we already examined this. What? What? It's not the camera? What the fuck? Wait, if it's not the camera, then wait, what? No, it has to be the camera. Maybe it's the wrong statement? No, it has to be this one. What? What? Okay, I'm gonna look at the thing again. Because it's 4 AM and I don't want to... I'm not gonna sit here and mull over some bullshit. We're supposed to present the newspaper article here? What? What the hell? Is it just because it's late and my brain isn't working as well as it should? But this doesn't make any sense.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Dripper, but I don't believe that. I don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night 10 years ago. Oh dear. You seem to be at odds. I was there, and you were not. I knew what I didn't see. The illusion with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison warders were able to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Dripper, as you've just heard... Oh, okay. Well, how the fuck was I supposed to figure that out? Come on, man. But like, okay, whatever, sure, okay. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So, unless you've actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Ugh.
Order, order! Well, Mr. Dripper?
It is a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. What? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony, explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe you're still not going to concede the point. What in fact was a fellow grave robber at work?
Hold it!
What? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy with the cemetery that night, you know? Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw this one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. Oh, so that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection.
But there's still more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
I might assume that the sexton discovered a miscreant at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a grave robber had shot someone in a cemetery, I think that would have been rather big news, my lord.
Oh, yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madam Dispels. Don't take it on, Mr. Sholmes. Ooh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Oh, would it be fair to say Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber would claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know?
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Dispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the masks that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up.
that will do. Mr. Drebber,
Yes.
you refute the account. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels.
I have no recollection of her saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right. The slow sink back.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your positions on this, witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood.
Hold it!
Yet Madame Tispels has testified that you told her about both of those details.
Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word.
Tell me, Madame Tispels. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that splattered on him?
Lors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at that time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me.
So, not an experiment you would forget, is it?
Precisely, and I didn't forget it.
Because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place.
He's clearly lying. Only has some evidence to prove it.
We can't let him win, Mr. Naruto. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Okay. So this is where you use the camera. That was not a yawn. Okay.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is a camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And? Is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward to the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? They're just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tispel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore... Ooh! You really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
my goodness, he's shielding someone.
Your glance is very obvious, man.
Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth out. The truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Courtney Scythe. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was in fact not killed. Imagine if If that was to come to light, what are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor...
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Oh,
Oh my god. Not the leg! Leg? No, Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly I can't talk anymore. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So, let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Bro, how the fuck are we supposed to know that? Well, I have no idea at the moment.
we have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
What? Or to imagine any sort of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose... And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture, and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, though.
There is correction. That's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means, Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? He dodges out of the way. Oh my god. Aw, no! He doesn't get hit? Not Kazuma doesn't get hit with a chalice? Boo. I want that to be the way that the mask is taken off. Like Van Zeeks throws his chalice and then like, oops, it accidentally hits not Kazuma and the mask like falls off and they're like, oh, it is you! Anyway, sorry, now it's off topic. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, Counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what that is. 2 pieces of evidence? What? I only know 1! Shit! Yes, my lord. The evidence has established motive explains why the witness wanted the victim dead. It's right here. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel never should have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes. On its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, established motive for the—
Okay, I'm gonna save just in case, but I'm pretty sure it's a contract because it has his signature, right? So you can compare the 2. Oh yeah, it's the same guy. That's what I'm thinking at least, but I don't know.
Take that!
Oh good, okay. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Trevor, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I have no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us has missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Why, it's over here.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. Oh, what? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by a newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see that now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew this illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Adi Asman. Oh, he fell to the ground.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Sorry. Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drever talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Yes. At the time, you're a student of the University of London who dreamed of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Ashman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it was a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Drever.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw hat that broke the camel's back. Oh, what do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your idea would be stolen and patented by some wrencher or another. After all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. But we have the trophy. Being forced out of university because of a low gate. But because of low gate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
But, Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say something about me? I don't know you from Adam. What? Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drever? We found it at your workshop. What? Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Counsel?
It's the greatest honor that could be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drever? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was,
But when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. Sure. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? Oh, what? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day. Oh boy. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the bird cage, my heart nearly stopped beating. Oh god. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. There was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Oh. There's a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Holy shit. Oh my god. So that's it. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in the murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. It's like Miss Brett all over again, the fuck? Or, fucking Christoph Gavin. Order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Ooh. Ooh.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Prosecutor Albert Harebrain.
Oh. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? Isn't he your client? Oh, right.
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is a conclusion for this court. The defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecutor have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Well, it's quite sudden. There's still a dickhead on the stand who refuses to cave. So... I mean, it does make sense, though. It does make sense. Okay.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, it was really sudden. Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pursuing for now is... Bro. Okay, but if we're talking in the case of like Professor Harebrain, then yeah, we're done, right? What was the thing McGilda said? Like, he was like, it would be foolish for every trial to, or required to, it would be foolish for every trial to actually find the killer, right? Or something along those lines. And then the entire Ace Attorney series is like, okay, let me save. They're implying that I should continue, though. And this doesn't make sense. If we're trying to, you know, if we're going after the truth, we gotta, yep, okay.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
Mommy, what the hell is wrong with that Japanese boy?
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing out now, my Nipponi's friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Oh right, Sherlock did say that, huh? He said, it's like, oh, you gotta keep pressing.
Right!
Yes, in hindsight. Wow, we love saying things before it happens. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen.
Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe I have a duty in the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from...
Oh, testimony from me about what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hello bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what?
Lord Van Zeeks. You are, buddy. We're friends, aren't we? No, we're not.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well.
Witness testimony. The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated by the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So, I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Oh. That's so kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the locations of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? What a terrible corruption! That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Miss Dr. Scythe's face. This is defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
Tisk. What is it about you Japanese that makes you also doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Oh boy. Sorry, that was not a yawn.
I'll begin with the scene of Ms. Waxwork and talk about it.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now. The stable door will never be shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
The actual body of the victim, as indicated by the notes, was found beneath it.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It's quite obvious what had happened to the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be discovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously had made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Okay, so basically stabbing is the thing, right? When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that her brain alone could have killed Asman. So you mean it was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took you with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Hello, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Why are we showing that?
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Do we have to animate that? Like, okay.
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word. What is it, Mr. Soto?
Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. Well, not mine. What the hell are you talking about?
Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... real cause of death, what she did to the victim. What she did to the victim? How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. Points. The prosecution concurs.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. So I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the topple cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asmund with this? Yes, far easier than this dissection, I assure you. And no precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay, I think it's probably the cage. I think the issue with it is that there isn't any like blood on the cage. Or like there's not like blood, like it wasn't like splattered or anything. I don't know. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address this scene quickly. The entire team in preventing the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk about chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider that conduct exemplary. Ugh.
Don't you see what the point, Mr. Naruhodo? You must let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Truth about execution 10 years ago is insane secret file. Okay, I had to forget.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down! Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Oh, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo.
So that's her story. Sorry about that.
She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Oh. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel as though they're trying to hide something. Oh wait, hold on, let me save. I only have 3 dots, and I have 3 hearts. 3 sparkles.
Objection!
Damn it! So it's not the cage. So the victim's corpse. Lay in the top of the cage. Where it lay and punch the screwdriver into the chest. Shit. What? What, this one?
Objection!
Ah! I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Consul? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage, following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph. Sorry, my eye is hurting. Nothing to do with the time. Nope, nothing at all. The court has already examined that photograph in depth, and there's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defendant explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Oh boy, let me save. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I thought it was the blood splattering, right? Oh. Is it this? The way the blood trickles down? Because if she had plunged it into him while he was lying down, it shouldn't have like trickled this way. I mean, unless this guy's got like huge tits, like I mean, it could be possible, but you know.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet.
Why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Mr. Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound wouldn't have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitude appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe
Your latest testimony was a load of fabrication.
Oh, I feel like I see why it was. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I understand now. But also, wow, like the bloodstain thing, I didn't even realize out before I presented the picture. Right? I only knew it once I was looking at it. But like, wow, Yunosuke, you really are smart. Holy shit. That's such like a keen detail. Like, it makes sense, but it's like so specific and like, wow. Wow! Okay. So that means that if he was standing up, that means he was still alive after the fall, right? I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of these claims is an out lie, because the question of whether the bloodstain really tells us because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now, tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Oh, she was coerced, stabbing the victims to odd people. Should it be how she was... No, wait, not how she was coerced. Wait. It's a stabbing, right? I don't know, I'll save just in case, because... Oh god. Oh god, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But, as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Yeah. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. But surely he got hurt, though. Probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at the point in time, it changes everything. Oh. Oh! Mr. Audie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage's trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe! Ah! Oh my god. Seriously? Really? What? Like, like, it makes sense, right? But, like, what? They're really doing that? What? But, huh? What? Why would she kill him then? What? I don't... What? I'm so confused, man. I don't know. I don't know.
No, order. How can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped by admitting to being accomplice in Trevor's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Oh shit. Oh, go Susato.
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Shh. I thought it had been obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. Cool, we were thinking the same thing. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman? Assman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel I've seen something that hints at why the coroner might have done this. What? Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and conducted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Oh god. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Oh boy, okay. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? We did? Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Oh. The scalpels! Wait, the scalpels? What would the scalpels have to do with Mr. Assman? Scalpels were really weird, though. That's probably it. But what the— what? What? There's also no, health bar, so that means I'm safe. But the scalpels? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big book here.
Ah, it appears to have an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
But I don't understand how that connects, though, at all. I just know it's weird.
500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month for the department's accounts. Oh, so she's lying about it being scalpels? It's actually money for something else? Aspen's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. Oh. Yeah, oh god, that was a jump in logic though. I don't think I would have figured that out if they didn't, like, tell me scalpels. Or, like, imply it heavily. Or basically tell me. So, in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely on your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Shit. As very little of the machine remains, as it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be promptly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth of what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is truly the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. Bro, he's sitting over there, though. Come on. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled fate in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide in their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. I made it for quite a show, didn't it? Didn't I? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham, made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all, in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop Asman, did it? Which is where the very particular wax store comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him, an article on the front page caught my eye, about the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future are justified as revenge. At least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another prospect, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Yunosuke is good. He's good. I wouldn't have made that connection at all. Damn. Good job, Yunosuke. I'm so proud of you.
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's remained in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
Most regrettable situation indeed. She made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
The whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson.
This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor,
I've spent my life thinking about nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is the process. I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
Oh, it's okay, Hairbrain. You're fine. You didn't play. Yeah, no, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, it's his alone. This outcome of his fate is not yours. You are not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks. You are a buddy! Shut up. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone, to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such bad choices.
Oh. Thank you, Baroque.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord!
it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
Not for me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven metaphorically rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What that? It's done, is it? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Not guilty. Whoa! Yeah! Let's fucking go! Fireworks! Hairbrain freed! And so am I. God, that was such a good trial though. It was so worth it to stay up. Court is adjourned! It's over. Yeah, I can't believe it either. That was some trial. Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay. Alright. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Pardon?
Oh, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain! Hairbrain? Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then, thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you gonna do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins.
But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing.
I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if any new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Is it true? Oh, wait, no. What? Huh? What? Why are you here? Lord Van Zeek, yeah, what are you doing here?
Baroque!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Oh, they're on first name basis.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of my few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I hear that right?
I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left the university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
Dover? Like, huh? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do? The Reaper, right?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now.
But, of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. Right. But you're telling me that up until we came into town, no one has been wrongfully accused, or yeah, no one has been, truly innocent and gotten a not guilty verdict. No one. There's no way, come on. Right? But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But, Barak...
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why. I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet
he's just a big softy, isn't he? Aw, Lindsay, you just care about your friend. It's okay, you can tell us.
Sorry. Sorry it's late. I mean early. Sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being.
Oh, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Harebrained.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Aw, okay. Bye, Broccoli Head. Oh, now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. I thought you gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? Oh my god, you want to talk with me? Van Zeeks? With me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma. Barak Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here it goes, then. Why couldn't we talk in the defendant's antechamber? Why in the courtroom? Is it because he has more animations? The team's like, nah, you know, he looks cooler in court, so we gotta we gotta put you guys back. I'm just... Oh, wait, no, it's because this thing's here. Oh, right, and not Cosmo's here, too. So, are you satisfied? You saved a Gula scientist from great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. So nervous. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh, we're gonna talk about this? Okay, sure. Hi, I'm here to listen. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Would you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I never heard that name. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions, and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, it was 16 years ago then. One of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and I need water. Hang on. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and extracting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very good impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There was no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all all the time.
In plain sight.
Were you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extreme sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think?
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. Sorry, I laughed there because friendship is funny. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. Was it a Japanese person then? If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could have very well have ended up at war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
Oh shit.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Oh my god. It's voiced and animated. Oh shit.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Oh shit.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh shit. Not Kazuma? Oh god. Oh my. Ah! Before. So, what? 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 Huh? Wait. No. Just kidding. JK. I was like, wait, hold on. No, I don't know. You know, no, too many things in my thoughts. What?
What? Father?
Kazuma! Oh. No, not the soundtrack, but like remixed.
After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke.
Oh.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
No shit.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Cosmo.
What the fuck?
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Oh, yeah.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. What? Hold on, we're returning topics way too fast. Okay, hold on. Okay. Well, it's okay. You know what? Oh yeah, continue. It's fine.
I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
What? Wait, okay. What? Okay? I don't. What? Did we hear anything about his family before? It's just like, you know, it was just, quote, the Asogi clan, so I nothing detailed. What the hell is this game? What is this? What? So, oh! So that's probably what Cosmo was talking about, right? He was all like, "Oh, I've got to Britain for this very important reason. You know, I have to fulfill this sort of destiny there, etc." Or whatever. So this was why. It's because his dad's a serial killer. You okay, Cosmo? Oh shit! Whoa! What?
Kazuma-sama.
Oh my god. Madam is gonna be so angry. I mean, what? Fair though.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
What? Huh? What? Oh, that was the door closing. I was like,
All Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Van Zeeks is still here. It's like, I was not expecting that to happen at all. Oh my god. It's so, anyway. Oh my god. Oh, the fuck. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, it makes sense now. Things make sense now. There was no way in hell that I could have guessed that at all. That it was gonna be Cosmo's dad. What the hell? Okay. But okay, so that means he's had amnesia for like a year, right? But he's been under orders from the Lord Strongheart, right? To to be a prosecutor? What even, you know? Like, I don't. Something's up because I don't know why he ended up in that position. Like that's my question. Like how do you get here? Like yes, he's trying to get to Britain, but like why'd that happen? Is it well is it like because he needed to get back into the court somehow, right? Because that was his whole plan to go to Britain and sort of well, I don't know what exactly his plan was since, you know, his dad's been executed, you know, and it feels like that matter has been taken care of for the most part, other than the fact that it's all secretive. Um, but like, you know, right? So what? So I don't know. It has something to do with it, right? So he has to go back to the court. He has to go back to law. I guess he can't be a defense attorney. So Lord Strongheart was like, yeah, you could just, you know, follow Lord Van Zeeks. Follow Van Zeeks and be a prosecutor. I guess? But how did he end up with Lord Strongheart? I guess that's just where information goes? I don't know. He has all his meetings. Maybe one of them is with Cosmo. No. I'm so confused. I'm so confused about how things ended up like this. Like, man. I'm still thinking about the the Morse code from the ending of the first game too. That had Cosmo's name and then it said A Shin, which was just Brett apparently. And then Inspector Gregson and John H. Wilson. I think that was it. 4 people, right? So we no other faces. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that telegram has to do with things. I'm trying to connect that with Cosmo's not death somehow. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, okay. Well, now we know, right? Cosmo, he's still alive, and afterwards, you know, when he revealed himself and everything, I didn't expect like such a, I guess, warm acceptance from Yunosuke um and Susato. I don't know. I feel like, you know, maybe I read their characters wrong. I thought they would get like a bit angry, you know, that he was still alive. I guess they're more angry at Sherlock for lying, but I don't know. I it was so nice to see them reunite. Oh, oh, oh man. Oh, I should just continue before I embarrass myself further. Jesus Christ. Pansy is like, are you done now? Can I continue? Yes. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us. 3 months ago. I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? That's my question. That's my question. We are this. Why did he make Cosma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me, as I asked. Bye, Van Zeeks.
"10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Yeah, cause he probably left when Susato-san's, like, mom got pregnant, right? Because he left for Britain 16 years ago. So, yeah. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into a study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son.
Great friend. Passed away in London. You sure?
A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So, you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Yeah. But, I don't know. I guess I'm confused. Why Miko Toblet called Cosmo's dad great friend passed away? Don't tell me he was, like, wrongfully convicted. No way, right? But I don't know. I don't know. Well, whatever. No more thinking.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
And oh man. Oh, but did I say demasking? I can't tell. Oh my god. We're gonna end here, but we haven't been able to talk to Sherlock yet. Twisted Karma, his last bow. We haven't been able to talk to Sherlock yet. I need to know what he what, like, damn it. Ah. Well, I mean, okay, well, this has gone on long enough, to be fair. So, I really shouldn't. You know, because, like, yeah, an 11-hour video is already too much, I would say. Okay, well, I am full of distraught and full of a lot of emotions. And, you know, And because of that, I'm energized, and I don't know if I can go to sleep. Uh, Kazuma, wait. So wait, man, I don't know. Was his dad wrongfully convicted then? Because I don't want that to be the case. You know? Maybe it's just the way he's depicted in the statue, but he seems like not nice. But hmm. There's also the thing like the whole quote Hound of the Baskervilles. Like that's what the case was called. The one with the professor. And well, Hound of the Baskervilles. Baskervilles must be a family. Like a noble family, right? It's gotta the name Baskervilles has to it has to show up at some point, right? It can't be just a random name. Unless they did that. Well, no, because Mikotoba had the same name for the case. Uh, man, okay. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. Well, try to go to sleep with all these thoughts in my head that I can't voice out because I don't know how to. Oh, oops. I didn't want to click that. But the next episode is Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. And then it's the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh man, okay. Alright. Well, I guess I'll figure that out next time. Good night. This is just a recording, so I don't know what to say. Like, comment, and subscribe. I don't know. Well, I'll see you next time. Good night.